Remember when your state funded news called Ferguson protests riots? Oh boy. Yeah. Yeah. I'm still just waiting for the hard drive shortage. Crazed. It's gonna happen. It's gonna have it. It's gonna happen. As soon as Ethereum moves over, it's gonna happen. No one's gonna be able to buy hard drives, but at least we'll be able to buy graphics cards again, so that'll be nice. Ay ay. Ay ay. Year 242, which means we are year 237. Stone, are you headed to sleep, or am I am I screenshotting the imports and putting them on the what do you call it, Discord? So it's been about half a week. The last thing I did, which is what we get to manage right now, is I brought in a whole bunch of merchant dwarves, and I wasn't so normally when I go to request merchants, nobody shows up. Like, I'll put out a big merchant request, and I'll get, like, 2 out of the 12 that I requested. But every single one that I requested showed up. So now we're actually at our population soft cap, I think, which is 51. So Zon, Sakzul, Logum, Detan, Tun, Servesh, Autumn, Usteth, Lokum, Cybrek, Aidan, Manom, and Ral and Dastot all showed up. So we suddenly have a whole bunch of extra dwarves here. None of them can join the military, and they might become problems, but we have them, so that's cool. As far as dwarves that are alive that are named, we have Jacknerick, Axon, Lascoid, Belug, Taurus, Vimamel, Clay, Quavenir, Aquafunkalistic Bootywap, which is still the best name, just period. Vinsati II, Goffer II, Deturo, Patchwork, Corvius, Defcom, Formal, Therese, Tiny Goliath, Ryan II, Ghost, Black Hole, Kade, Blue Water, Peter, Cooler, Merchimel, Critty, Nobody Important, H2O, Socksmell, Aquasar, Simplex, Abe, Stone, Chico, LaFonda, and Seeker. So if anybody wants to be one of these unnamed merchants, they're all pretty old, but like most of them will probably live for a couple of years. So that is a thing. You got the dates for both your stabs? Huzzah, man! Huzzah! Go get those stabbies. Stabby part 1 and stabby part 2. In what, like? I'm 7 days into stab number 2 of Moderna, so in theory, in 7 days, I should be able to, like, go back to normal-ish. As normal can be. We're still dealing with the vomiting problem of everybody just puking profusely and constantly. So that's a thing. Because we have this issue of the dwarves are not seeing enough sunlight. So I'm trying to like remove some of the covering that I've put into the fortress because they do not see enough sunlight. So we're working on that. Outside of getting them into the sun a little bit and giving all of these new dwarves jobs. And then if anybody wants any of these dwarves, just let me know and I can name some of them. Because most of them, like, I gave them all hauling. That's it. So they do need jobs assigned. So I'm going to need to go through these guys and give them all jobs. And I don't need a current day negative test to go into retail stores? You still need a up-to-date... Wait, what part of the world are you in, Trail of Debris? Because I'm curious as to where they're requiring that, because we never had that requirement. For a long while there, and I think some stores still do this, but we had seniors hours, which I actually qualified for, which I still think is hilarious. Right, yeah, Cooler's depressed. This dwarf is extremely depressed. And I think we're about to lose a dwarf, too, if I'm not mistaken. That or we've just lost a dwarf. It was like it was one of the two. I think we just lost a dwarf. Yeah, because I had a dwarf go crazy while they were training. Yeah. I think actually, yeah, it was Abe. Abe went crazy and killed, it was Crow and Candle Pixie. Crow the Third and Candle Pixie. Which is a big no. But 90 days in prison, sorted his brain out. Now he's fine, you know? Definitely no PTSD. That's how dwarves work, right? You just go crazy and kill the people that you were training in the military with, and now you're back to normal. You're fine. Yeah, that's the, like, my dad talks to me like I'm just gonna go back, like life's just gonna go back to normal. And my mom talks about this the same way. It's like, oh, life will just go back to normal. It's like once you've had your second shot. It's like, that's, well, I mean, metal shows aren't gonna start happening again anytime soon, so I doubt that. Germany? Interesting. Yeah, I didn't know that you guys required the up-to-date negative test results. That's interesting. Because, like, we never had requirements like that. Maybe in 100 years they'll carve something about it in a wall. Well, they kind of already did, but... You've only seen this for restaurants? So we had seniors hours, which was for seniors... We had seniors hours for grocery stores, which was 6 a.m. until 9 a.m., which was for people over the age of 65 and for extremely high-risk individuals, which was always really fun. Like, me, this skinny white kid who's, like, in his mid-20s, covered in tattoos, like, handing a doctor's note saying, I am an extremely high-risk individual. It was always an interesting discussion to have. So I eventually stopped, like, even bothering and just going in during off hours during the day. But we had that. And some stores still do that, or are still doing that, I guess, technically. So there is that, but that's the most that we had. That is the most that we had for those kinds of precautions. I don't think we ever needed the up-to-date negative test. And the only time I actually got a COVID test was when I was in hospital. Isn't that just like USA-wide, Gate Nerd, that everybody's had mask requirements removed? That's actually still the thing that's a little bit weird to me. It's like, I don't know. I feel like it's still too soon for that. Like, enough people, like... I personally, I feel that the mask requirements should stick around long enough so that everybody who wants to get a vaccine can get a vaccine and not worry about exposure to people who are refusing to get a vaccine, right? Because that's an unfortunately common thing now. It's like, fucking go get your vaccines, kids, but it's like... Okay, so okay, fair. Yeah, I still think it's way too soon to do that. It's not a nationwide mandate. I thought it was just like nationwide that states could decide to remove the policy. I thought that's what it was, but I could be mistaken. It's a nationwide mandate. It's been for the first round of 14 days. It'll be 14 days, which means the negative test is not required anymore. Wow. You're back from your lie down. You feel more awake now? Oh, okay. Well, welcome back. I was ready to just screenshot stuff for you. But hey, you know, we're at it a little bit earlier today. You still have mask mandates wherever people gather. You know, I mean, honestly, now that it's like a culturally acceptable thing, because like in Japan and in Korea and in most of Asia, it's just like a normal thing, right? Like cold season comes around, if you feel sick, you wear a mask, right? I think that at least for me, because it's now a air quotes culturally acceptable thing to do, as somebody who really doesn't want to get sick ever due to health problems, I probably will just wear a mask, especially like during flu seasons. Like I totally see myself wearing a mask until further notice, regardless of what the wider populace is doing. Like it doesn't really matter to me what the wider populace is doing. I see myself wearing a mask. And that's just kind of all that there really is to it. I mean, I know there's plenty of examples of people who normally have a lot of problems with pollen, for example. Is that like a line from Batman? Wave depletion? I feel like that's a line from Batman. But, okay, so I wasn't too far off there. But, what's the word? I know people who like every year have a lot of problems with allergies, like just pollen and stuff. And this year had no issues with pollen because they were wearing a mask. So it's like even just small things like that. It's like my mom owns a school for little kids, and she's like, yeah, no, like this was the record year of kids not going home sick because they were all wearing a mask outside, right? We're in winter time. So now we know what time of year it is. So we have a little bit until the first tribute. But it's like, I know a lot of people who, or I know a lot of people who've said things to the effect of, oh, well, it's like record low amount of sickness just in general because everybody's wearing a mask. It's like, so they work, if nothing else. I'm just glad that I realized that was Batman right away. I was like, I'm pretty sure that's Batman, right? It's like, I knew that was a comic book character, but like, I don't know, it could have been Spider-Man or something. Could have been Green Goblin, I don't know. I'm not that big of a superhero buff. Good day, Beermaneer. How's things? Good day, my friend. And not wearing a mask around people? Wait, oh, not and wearing a mask. Not wait, what? And not wearing a mask not around people. There was two knots in there. I missed the second knot. Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, that's fair. But like, also wearing a mask in areas where there's a lot of pollen will make that issue go away. So, and that's kind of what I've come to. It's like, I don't really have issues with pollen, but like my older sister certainly does, and she was talking about how, oh yeah, no, it was great. Like, no issues with allergies last year, or this year. So, I'm just going to queue all these up, and then pause them. The ones that are going to cause problems. So like this one in the middle here, you can get suspended. Because apparently 42 wasn't enough. What's the wooden rectangles for, Beermaneer? We're just, you know, talking about masks and people going back to normal and getting vaccines and yay and all that stuff. I got to, I don't know. To me, life will have gone back to normal when two things have happened. When I've gone downtown to go to the record store, because I'm still technically not legally allowed to go downtown. I'm not allowed to go to downtown Vancouver from where I live because it's crossing two city lines, and we're still not technically supposed to travel across city lines. So unless it's for work or mandatory emergencies, I'm not technically allowed to travel that far. I have, but I'm not technically supposed to travel that far. So once I've gone downtown, gone to the record store, gone downtown, or gone downtown and gone to a metal show downtown, which are the two things I do when I go to downtown Van, at that point, I can say I've gone back to normal. Till then, it's like, it's still not quite there. You might just keep wearing a mask in crowds after COVID. Yeah, I don't know. It's about time we catch up the rest of the world on that, I think. You read the Fastly, a large cloud server vendor was down earlier. Oh, okay. Spent like an hour trying to figure out where you fucked up. Why? Because you couldn't transfer files? Hey, Aqua, what's up? Yeah, no, I also Fastly is yeah, okay. You know, it's like when Cloudflare goes down and everybody's like, the internet's broken. It's like, no, it's just Cloudflare's broken. It's not the whole internet. It's just Cloudflare. Although I feel like Fastly's less. I mean, I won't at you because you're not wrong, but it's still true. I mean, okay, here's the thing. I'd rather Cloudflare goes down than like fucking Amazon servers. Like when Amazon goes down, that's when something's wrong. It's like, Cloudflare went down. It's Tuesday. But like someone's DDoSing Cloudflare. Well, it's Tuesday. But it's like when AWS goes down, that's when something scary's happening. Is that right? Yes, it is. Whoops, that's probably the wrong type of wall, though. Yep, it certainly is. But how we doing today, Aqua? How's things? My day started off pretty good, though. I think yesterday, I don't know how many of you guys made it, but yesterday, me and my stream team got to celebrate our 2-year anniversary, and it was... I think it went really well. I don't know if any of you guys made it over there, but I know, like, we all just kind of sat in a Discord call for like 2.5 hours, and it was fun. Recovering from an annoying cold. You know, that's one thing that I'll say about 2020 and 2019 is I haven't had a cold. I haven't had a cold since like 2018. Does the background ambience have frogs in it? Hold on, let me turn chat. There's the animals one, which is like dogs barking and yipping. And like weird birds chirping. There's a blacksmith sound. No? Put a watermelon there. I mean, here, I'll just give you the link to the sound generator I'm using and you can mess with it. There's sheep, there's horses, there's dogs. There's pigs. There's chickens. I don't think there's frogs, though. I mean, if I put on the fall walking in forest soundscape, then you'll actually hear a cuckoo bird. So then you won't be the only cuckoo. Like, that's a pig squealing. May have been the wagon creaking. I don't know. I like it because, like, you know, earlier, when my record player shut down, Metal Theologian was just like, yo, I'm just going to put on my own music. It's like, yeah, perfect. It's like, I kind of just like having the background ambience because it's enough for me, but then people can just play their own stuff. It's like, I don't know. I used to always have background music, but it's like, it gets repetitive for everybody, even me, because like the amount of stuff I actually have the license to play is like pretty small. So it's like, it's just easier to do it this way with the noise generators. And generally, I think that they work. How's our king doing? But yeah, no, it's just I don't know. I think I do genuinely think that masks have multiple benefits outside of just the, oh, it stops you from getting the COVID, you know, or it stops you from getting the old Rona or whatever. I think there's plenty of benefits to just wearing them. Although, one thing I'm very much looking forward to is next winter, once everybody's vaccinated and hopefully this shit's over, because I can't wait to be able to walk around and not have perma-fogged up glasses. Just as a glasses wearer, it's such a pain in the goddamn ass to walk around outside with a mask on, because it's like you walk outside and can't see shit. It's like I get to choose between mask or glasses. Like, that's my options. It's like, I guess I can't. I guess I'm just walking around without my glasses on because fuck, I can't see shit. And like, it takes a while here. Like, oh, maybe only like 3 weeks ago did I stop having that problem. And like yesterday, I went outside for a walk and it was like windy and chilly and brisk feeling. Like it wasn't cold, but it was like windy and chilly, right? And exactly, can't see shit or my options. And I was wandering around outside, my glasses fogged up. So like, it's still fucking happening, and we're in June. Shoot your question into the chat. I mean, if you have a question, ask it. I guess. One thing I do think is hilarious are people fucking advertising the fact that they are morons on social media and online dating platforms stating, not getting a vaccine. It's like, well, ignore that person. Because everybody's just like, I don't know, using hashtags and shit stating what vaccine they got. You have to fasten the nose grip down enough to prevent the fog. So I had a mask that would do that, because I have 3 masks. I have 2 cloth ones, which I just wear when I go for walks, and then I have one that actually has filters in it. The one with filters had the least problems, but my glasses would still eventually fog up, and my cloth ones, it's just insta-fogged. But yes, you are correct. Nachos with queso and salsa. Okay, I had to read your name out loud because I thought it said no queso and salsa. I was like, why would you have nachos with no queso and salsa? What? And then I realized that it was nachos with. Okay, yeah, okay, there we go. Does it have to be advertised at that point? I just think it's kind of funny. That's all. Okay, so what's the question? So your logic brain says that you're good for 6 months. What, with the vaccine? Should be getting boosters now? I mean, I got vaccinated, my first shot in April. At least around here, I know a total of 1 person who actually got vaccinated in January. Well, 2 people. One that got vaccinated in December, one that got vaccinated in January. The guy that got vaccinated in December is a surgeon, and the guy that got vaccinated in January is a, what do you call it? But no, you should be good for longer than that. I don't know. Because like when we'll be getting our boosters, I guess, in fall, in theory, because it will be mixed in with your annual flu stabs, which you should be getting, which a lot of people don't. Your grandparents got theirs in February? It's an interesting question. I don't know. I wonder if we even have the capacity to be doing that. That's the other question. It's like, I wonder if we even have the ability to do that right now. I don't know. It's a good question. Because, like, I was thinking about that, but, like, I don't think... I think you're the first person or the first thing that I've read that says 6 months. Everything that I was reading it was like 6 to 9 months post the second shot that you're clear. But outside of that, it's more worrying about new mutations of the virus outside of the current mutation. Yeah, exactly, Aqua. Which is why you shouldn't be trying to like expose yourself constantly to it, even after you've had your vaccine. It's like it's not bulletproof armor. It's a like current solution, which is why like I'm kind of against the U.S. just lifting their mask policies immediately. You know, it's like I realize things are kind of going back to normal, but like and people want to go back to normal, and I get that, but it's like That's kind of like what Aqua just said is kind of why I'm against it. Also, no one may be talking about it, but due to concerns of people or intentionally not, will misinterpret it and assume that it means that they don't need to be vaccinated. Yeah, that and like, I've seen so many people like through Twitch and just other social media platforms saying things like, "Oh, you know, like I'll just let other people guinea pig this out for me." And it's like I read somebody saying that they're gonna wait until the vaccines are optional and then take one, because then they'll trust that they're actually safe. It's like, night. What? 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 They don't know exactly? Yeah, sounds about right. H12. Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, there's a reason why I tell my I tell my parents and friends, it's like, yes, I would love to travel down to Seattle to visit you, or yes, I would love to, you know, go to Quebec to visit my little sister. It's like there's a lot of things that I would love to do, but it's just and kind of until we know what the reliability is on this stuff. Like I told my mom like the day before my birthday. It was like 3 days before my birthday or something. It's like I will not like my current concern isn't that people aren't getting vaccinated. My current concern is that people are getting vaccinated, but there's just going to be another mutation on this virus that's just going to completely negate every single one of our vaccinations up until this point. Like, that's my concern. And I still believe that as, like, the actual big concern over top of anything else. It's like, the thing that I am the most worried about is that's going to happen. And I don't know if it's necessarily a legitimate concern, but it's my concern. And so even once I've got, like, even now that I've got the second vaccine, and I, in a week, in theory, should have antibodies and be clear, I don't trust other people to get the vaccine in the first place, let alone take the proper precautions to not get sick. You know? And even when it's like, oh, it's a 96% coverage or whatever the fucking number that they throw around, it's like, you don't need brain fog for months? I need to be entertaining, right? I need to be entertaining, engaging, and talkative on a broadcast every day. If I can't do that, then my job falls over. You think one of the vaccines being bypassed by a mutation is already a nightmare? But the vaccines are pretty similar, though. Came for Dwarf Fortress and got COVID instead? Well, you came for Dwarf Fortress and got my stream. If my stream isn't for you, you can go watch somebody else. It's up to you. It's not up to me. The only reason some people in your family are getting vaccinated is so that they can go on holiday this summer. I mean, is it fair for me to say fucking healthy people? Fucking privileged, fucking healthy people, man. God damn it. I wish I was still a privileged, healthy person. I mean, here's the thing, right? Jokes need a punchline and they need to be funny. So, like, I kind of got that you were like throwing out humor there, but you need to realize that it's not a joke if it's not funny, and that wasn't really what I would consider to be funny, you know? This is my stream, right? And my stream, I play games and we talk. That's my stream, and that's what my stream's been for the last, give or take, 7.5, 8 years. And if you like that, that's fabulous. Fucking hang out with us. We'll talk about everything from politics to disease to I don't know, torturing rats to solve psychosis to fucking whatever you want to talk about. We can talk about it probably, but if you complain about it, that's okay. You can find someone else to watch. You know, it's like if you want to watch an awesome person who does a lot of great Dwarf Fortress stuff, and will completely avoid all of those topics, go watch Krug Smash. You know, like he'll put out a 30-minute video once a week, and it'll be incredibly well scripted and incredibly well put together, and you'll get a beautiful set of storytelling, and you won't have to worry about real life. I'm stuck in real life. Well, I'm not going to say what you were saying was complaining, but what you said was came for Dwarf Fortress and got COVID instead, smile. Right? And that's fine. I simply gave you a solution. But if you want to stick around, that's totally fine. So it's fair because some of those idiots, they don't wear masks around their grandparents when they work outside. Yeah.
Cryptid Haze Azonu, I miss the blind show. Sadly, our schedules no longer align.
No.
Here to say hi and off to sleep. Crypt beer.
Well, they'll align again in the future, Vinsati. It's all good. Thanks for the $1. Cheers, man. I'll say this. It's extremely fucking hard to trigger me. God, that's such a stupid fucking word. Good lord. Yeah, anyway, Vin, cheers, man. You have a good night's sleep. Also, since you popped in. Where's Vinsati? Where are you at? You're annoyed about being caught in a snowstorm and bored after a lack of abstract thinking. Do you need to go, what? Scholar it up, maybe? You know, Vinsati, you can be a part-time scholar. Militia captain and scholar. Go do some heavy thunks about things. Wait, what? Okay, back. Buck rabbit went missing. Something killed a rabbit. Cooler, how are you feeling? Feeling any better? Nope. Okay. I think that the term triggering is fucking stupid. But like that's a different discussion. Oh, I'm sorry if I triggered you. Okay. Right. If I could like take one terminology out of young people's verbiage in the current year, it would be triggered. Because number one, the people that it's actually mocking, because it's not an apology saying that, it's mocking, but the people that it's mocking shouldn't be joked with like that. Just like Snowflake or SJW. I mean, the video game Social Justice Warriors is a lot of fun. It's a little web game where you have to type in more offensive things to try and offend the other person and make them back out of the conversation. It's kind of funny, but yeah, no, I completely agree. I mean, here's what this is, Xenofox. It's a misunderstanding followed by well, not really a misunderstanding. It's a misinterpretation with a crappy joke, followed by a misunderstanding, 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 which is now proceeding to just dig a really big hole. So nobody's mad at anything that's been said here, I don't think. Right? Nobody's upset. Nobody's triggered, but digging big holes is fun. So if you want to keep digging that hole, I'll get the excavator, and I'll see you in Gravetown. How's that sound? We got lots of holes to dig. I mean, we're playing Dwarf Fortress after all. And I'm not really talking about what I'm doing in game, but I'm quietly just like making a giant glass lava lamp. We digging holes. Keep on digging. I'll grab some shovels. Bring the dirt. All right, where are we going? Down? I haven't looked this morning. Hold on, let me check. I found a different live stream which I've been watching. Because he got some better camera angles than the other one. Not currently. What about a FAR? What does a FAR currently have? Yeah, that's the current, like, shots. I mean, like, that's pretty cool, actually. That's new. I haven't seen this top camera angle before. But yeah, it's been pretty calm recently. Looks like the first forge you built. Molten rock dripping into an abyss. Looks like the first
off the shell to get at the nut.
forge you built. That seems a little hazardous. Wouldn't want to live next door to that. How's things, Orange? But then again, let's be honest, Trial of the Breeze, the way verbiage is used in a lot of cases these days, it's like, oh, calling something like problematic or referring to somebody as like a snowflake or any of that shit. It's just like, man, like, can we just stop? Like, can we just agree to as a society to just stop talking like that? Can we just do that? Because life would just be so much better for everybody fucking involved. It's belittling the people that shouldn't be belittled and just confusing everybody else. It doesn't actually do anything. Exhausted, you sat in a truck all day dealing with people who don't have the remote idea on how to drive a truck. Well, I guess that means that you're learning how to drive a truck, which has been like, what, the point of this whole exercise, right? So, if anything, that sounds like you are achieving your goal of driving a truck. So I don't know, I see this as a positive. The issue is now you have to deal with people who don't know how to drive a truck, which I'm assuming is very, very, very annoying. Pre-exam assessment, I get you. Yeah, it's a non-apology disguised as an insult. That's all it is. Hold on a second. Talking about COVID is politics? COVID isn't politics. Or are you talking about something else? That's anyone in a U-Haul? I mean, unless it's my dad driving a U-Haul. My dad knows how to drive a U-Haul. Okay, so certain things are politics, and certain things are not politics. And then there's this massive issue of people just construing, like, public health issues with politics. And they're like, oh, this is politics. It's like, wait, hold on a second. So what you're telling me is that your politics is that you want to just go outside, get sick, and die? Cool. My platform is stupid! While we're at it, let's pave over Manitoba and make the world's largest parking lot. How you doing, Darren? It's good to see you. I as somebody who can't drive, I hope I never drive a fucking U-Haul in my life. I mean, you're not getting lit up. Like that's the thing, right? You changed the subject. So to be clear here, Xenofox, Nobody is attacking you. Nobody is mad at you, and nobody is upset with you, right? We were talking about a subject. You popped in, and you made a comment. Comment was acknowledged, and now we're talking about a different subject based on the comment that was made, right? If you think that we are attacking you, that is on you, right? If you think that we are lighting you up, as you said, that is on you. We are just talking. That is the only thing that is happening here is we are talking, right? So if you don't want to talk, feel free to just simply mute me and watch the gameplay. If you want to talk, participate in chat.
You fucking donkey!
Nobody is being lit up. Nobody is being attacked. We're just talking. Okay? Don't know how else to make that more clear. Public health issues are business when it comes to the point of deciding who has the most money to get help first. Orange. But yeah, to a degree, I agree. I'm just trying to make that as clear as fucking daylight, as I'm not trying to attack anybody. As we're just talking. Like, let's move on to how religion is. How about serpent seed theory? How about hollow earth theory? What that? I actually don't know very much about hollow earth theory. I know a lot about flat earth theory because I have a friend who's a problem, but what now? That's also a good question, yeah. The what now? I actually know what he's talking about, and I'm a little bit mad that I do. Is there anything specific you want insight on? Actually, in reality, Xenofox, I don't have a lot of insight. I'm just an exhausted ex-night shift worker who listened to thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of podcasts about video games. And so I've just absorbed a lot of information over the years. So I don't know if I would necessarily say that I have a lot of insight about the gaming spaces that I'm in. I'm really good at memorizing and regurgitating information. It's one of the craziest things that evangelicals ever came up with. I mean, they came up with a lot of crazy things. To be fair. Serpent seed theory is the idea that Eve fucked the serpent and Cain was the result of Abel. Right. Yep. I mean, some people are into snakes. I know the market to a point where it's a problem sometimes, Xenofox. Like, to the point where it gets me in trouble. Like, I'll get into arguments with people over the dumbest, smallest, stupidest things to do with games just because I have a problem. You're into Pythons? As long as you're not into programming in Python, because that would make you a horrible person. Crazed. You're into that. This just reminds me of what I asked Tarn Adams once, which is what is the programming language you would rewrite Dwarf Fortress in, and why is it Python? You're also a horrible person. The one thing I learned how to do in Python was how to crash a computer, and I was very quick with it. I was very good at it. What if we taught a Python to program in Python? That would just be cannibalism, dude. The story where Cain is exiled by God from Eden, but then forms the brother of Nod and attempts to conquer the world with alien stones. So I don't know why we're talking. Well, I kind of know why we're talking about this. But you said attempts to conquer the world with alien stones, and now I'm just sitting here thinking about how I'm convinced that a lot of alien theories are based in white supremacy. Like a lot of, especially like ancient alien theories and other, like when you look at, when you start reading into the tall grays and the whites and the Nords and proto-humans that came from space and all that stuff, it's always the so-called perfect description of like the human form, and they are ancient humans that placed us here and will come back to bring us back to space eventually, and all that shenanigans and garbage. And they're always like, they kind of look like Marvel's Thor. We might offend the Scientologists, but it's like, they always are like blonde hair, blue eyes, pale white skin, very tall and muscular and like square bodied, like the air quotes perfect masculine white form. And I always look at that and I go like, wait a second, what? Also, all of these alien sightings and theories are based out of the States. Bible Belt states. It's just, I can't stop thinking about this. I can't, it's very funny to me. No one has enough money here to be a Scientologist. Without outing certain people, there's definitely a couple people watching this stream who have more than enough money to be a Scientologist, but yes. Colored skin can be so beautiful, it's not even funny. Tell that to the guy who tattooed himself blue, but yeah. I wouldn't say that's beautiful, it's interesting, but I mean, you know. Where did my green glass though? There it is. I got 81 blocks left, running out. Although we found more of this lovely, lovely, lovely damp galena ore. It's only damp because I have a creek on top of it, but can start mining out some more of that. But is it light blue? Hold on. Man tattoos himself blue. I was gonna say it's more like Nightcrawler, but yeah, this guy. Blue with needling, with needling. He's in the Guinness Book of World Records for most full body tattoo. But he eventually like cause you can get your eyes tattooed, and like the inside of his lips and his tongue and everything. He was ugly before that. No! I mean, no! It's not my place to say what you can and cannot do with your body. He's not smiling in any of those pictures. It's probably because he hadn't had his tongues done yet. But yeah, he's in the Guinness Book of World Records. He just looks like he eats silver? What? He should just do a Nightcrawler cosplays all the time. What are you talking about? I don't know. I say that as somebody who fucking loves Ancient Aliens on TV. That's like my favorite show. It's such a bad show, but I do genuinely enjoy watching it. Where are you going? You're going all the way down here to pick up equipment? Excuse me? What's down here for you to pick up? Smurfs. Okay, you were why are there picks being put down here? I thought that this stockpile was just for coins. Yeah, it's literally just for coins. Why are there picks down here? Who put a pick in that bin? It's supposed to be for my coins. Like, why are you going into my coin vault to get a pick? No wonder it's taking you so long to get... Okay. Yeah, also that guy, apparently. What the fuck? I mean, okay, so that guy that you just linked the picture of, H2O, looks sick, whereas the first guy that I showed the picture of was just tattooed. But yeah. Ugh. Anyway, what was I doing? I was queuing a thing up. Can't remember what it was. Ballista arrows. For the king. We must make tributes for our king. You're digging? Okay. Placing the glass blocks and digging. Maybe, but it was in a bin, though. Why was it in a bin? It's like, I'd fully understand if it was just like, you know, just hanging out, but like, or just like sitting next to the bin, but it was in the bin. He picked it up out of the bin. I don't know. I'm very confused by this. I feel like we're talking about news stories that were like massive news like 15 years ago and are now just kind of like, right, yeah, I remember when that was a thing. You know, it's like, oh, major serial killer story from 20 years ago. It's like, right, yeah, I remember when that happened and everybody was worried. Other dwarf cleaned up? Maybe, I don't know. But they're not supposed to put anything but coins in that bin. Maybe we need to fall down the rabbit hole of maybe the bin was put there after the thing was put in it because stuff can be put into bins and then moved. So maybe the pick was just already in the bin. I remember the term. Do I remember killer clowns? Oh, wait a second. You mean like that one town that was just like, it had like spooky clowns everywhere for no reason? Because for a second there I thought you were talking about juggalos, and I was like, but yes? You mean my old friend Steve? Is Volcano doing anything? Now I'm like back in volcano mode. Volcano is no longer melting into weird hole. Rip. You know, I kind of feel like I don't have enough gamer cred because I never played Counter-Strike as a mod. I played 1.6. I played Source. I never played. Everyone was worried that the clowns were serial killers for a whole year. Yeah, it was just, what, some assholes dressing up as clowns being spooky, right? Yeah, 1.6 was the earliest version of Counter-Strike I played. 1.6. The absolute earliest version of that game that I played. I mean, it was a good story, to be fair. .6 and Source were a great era of gaming. You know, this is going to make me sound old, but Fortnite's a pretty great era for gaming. Actually, no, it doesn't. It makes me feel old. It doesn't make me sound old. You know, like people, I guess, who were playing games in the early 2000s are all like, man, fucking Counter-Strike or UT99 or I don't know, Quake or any of those other games. We all look back on those super fondly, but like the current generation is gonna be like, man, do you remember when Fortnite came out? God, those were good times. What did I play growing up? So when I talk about the games that I played growing up, a lot of people think I'm like 15 years older because in 2007 I was still playing on a 98 PC. So I played like Age of Empires 1 a whole lot, SimCity 2003, 1000, and eventually 4. I played God games like Goddess, or not Goddess, the Black and White 2. I played Populous, not Goddess. I played, you kind of put me on the spot here, Roll Cage a whole lot. I played, at friends' houses, I played like N64 and GameCube because I never owned consoles. I played the Impressions games, so Zeus and Poseidon. I played A lot of Roller Coaster Tycoon, a lot of Sid Meier's Railroads, Civ 2. I have the first video game I ever played. First video game I ever played. I'm like, what, 96 or something? But the game starts lagging as soon as you begin exploring other systems. Welcome to Aurora 4X, the game that you literally never close and just keep up on your second monitor for all eternity. I mean, they're all like $2 over on good old games. Most of those games you can, on sales, you can get them for like $2 a piece. UGH. No, I don't know what that is. You know, nah. I'm not gonna start trashing Peter Molyneux. I'm not gonna do that. Just because like everybody hates on Peter Molyneux, yet the existence of Peter Molyneux is like games as we know them currently would not exist without Peter Molyneux. Just made your day. It's Tandy 800. Think about those giant discs. I want to get that Demon Attack copy framed. The only C64 I've ever seen in my entire life in person, outside of like videos and pictures and stuff, was in a ditch. Actually, I was like hanging out in kind of a forested area, waiting for a bus, just kind of wandering around because there was a few trails that walked off into the forest, and I had like a 45-minute wait until my bus, and there was just a fucking Commodore 64 like in a hole in the forest. I was like, whoa, never seen one of those before. Interesting. Just kind of kept walking. Okay, so I'm just going to remind everybody here who a lot of our favorite developer is, Tarn Adams, who has the money, budget, and time and skill to just keep working on things that he enjoys to eventually make his astronomically impossible to complete dreams a reality. You know who likes to talk about astronomically impossible dreams that he wants to become a reality? I mean, I can just add that one to the banned list if you want. But yeah, try and avoid using Pepe's in the chat if possible. No harm done. But yeah, no, it's Tarn Adams. We all really like Tarn Adams. But everybody hates on Peter Molyneux because he tried to promise the world and then was told no by publishers. So, and then Goddess just wasn't what people wanted it to be. It's fine. You should play Trail. Trail's really good. A game that he made after Goddess, which is actually really good. It's a really fun little thing. Works really well on phones. It's a phone game. It's actually really fucking cool. So yeah, everybody likes to hate on Peter Molyneux for his failures. But just, I think it's more important at this point because the dude's basically retired to remember his successes, because in a world without Magic Carpet, in a world without a lot of his successes, video games would be completely different. We wouldn't recognize, especially PC gaming, without Peter Molyneux. So, just food for thought, maybe. Let the man retire. Like I said, Graves, it's all good. While waiting for buses, don't you? Yeah, I mean, it's called taking public transit. I'll say this. Go watch. There's a video on the YouTube channel People Make Games, which is showing Peter Molyneux hard copies of every single game that he ever made, which is just a video of him standing in a room with a whole bunch of boxed copies of video games. And it's really interesting watching Peter Molyneux go through and talk about how every single one of the games that he worked on, and saying things like, oh, well, this game, like, you know, we wanted it to be this, but the publisher wouldn't let us do that. and we had to do this instead. Or we tried to do this and we had these ideas and it was, you know, all this, but then instead of being able to do that, we had to cut it down to what it ended up becoming. It's like, oh, you know, I was disappointed with this project because X thing happened. It's worth watching those videos, and it's worth kind of getting their perspective, because it's a meme to hate Peter Molyneux, and I get that, and I feel that temptation sometimes because, you know, yeah, he put out some bad games, but celebrate the successes, I think, for people like that. Because as somebody who lives with a bit of an audience, I've put out some shitty videos and said some shitty things. And if people just constantly reminded me about those things every day, I wouldn't do this anymore. I would have left a long time ago. So frankly, I don't blame the guy. Just my 2 cents on Peter Molyneux. Oh, also remember, everybody loves No Man's Sky now. Even though that game was a very similar situation. When it first released, I don't know. I never bought into Star Citizen, but I also never played his older games, so I was always like, oh, this seems interesting, wait and see. And I'm still in the, oh, this seems interesting, wait and see feeling. Yeah, I know, crazed. I know. We're figuring out what to do with that Minecraft server. And yeah, the recovery of No Man's Sky is good news. Because we live in a world now where studios can do that. Okay, you know what? I'm coming around. This looks really fucking cool. This lava just like... The semi-molten rock just like melting and dribbling into that hole looks really fucking cool. Anyway, it's because we live in a world now where games can be updated, you know? And most of, outside of, you know, Goddess, most of Peter Molyneux's failures was in an era before live games, where games got updated constantly. And yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's weird defending Peter Molyneux, I guess. I'll put it that way. They're ruining Minecraft again. I mean, they've been doing that since Minecraft first came into beta. Gary, thanks for the 18 months. Cheers. Hope you've been well. Think No Man's Sky would have earned TV's Never Too Late award. Man, in a world where Necromunda just came out, Underhive Wars, I want to see what Total Biscuit would have thought of Necromunda Underhive Wars. Man, whenever a really good or like mixed 40K game comes out, it's like, I want to see somebody, I want to see Total Biscuit's take on it. It's like, I also wish I could have seen Total Biscuit's take on MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries. It's like, what, is that game good? It's okay. But it's like, I'd love to see Total Biscuit's take on those games. I miss his analytical opinions on video games really quickly. By really quickly, I mean he would just, like, crank them out really fast. Round of beers for TV. Well, I don't have a beer, but cheers. I mean, I still, well, I mean, I check FOV sliders because if a game doesn't have an FOV slider, it might make me seasick, but Whenever I see FOV sliders in video games, it makes me smile a little bit. Like most recently when I was, I didn't actually end up liking it, but when I played Dusk, it's like Dusk's FOV slider goes from awful, which is 50 FOV, all the way up to cynical, which is 150 FOV, which is very funny. And I think is a joke that every video game should have. Like, video games should have FOV sliders, even if there is no way to adjust the FOV. But, I don't know. I don't know. It's okay. Just the one thing that we all need to remember is that Total Biscuit still gets the last laugh because he's lol. He is still lol. I am saying Dwarf Fortress should have an FOV slider. Maybe it increases the dwarves' field of view. Colorblindness is the one option that you look at frequently, and a lot of games don't have it, right? But yeah, Dwarf Fortress. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna make a mod for Dwarf Fortress that just adds in an FOV slider that does absolutely nothing for the Steam version. Just I'm gonna commission somebody to make a FOV slider for Dwarf Fortress, just so that like in a video at some point I can just mention and that here's the FOV slider, and yes, it works. And just like not mention that it's a mod. FOV slider and VSync. Well, Dwarf Fortress has VSync, but that's besides the point. Dwarf Fortress has the best colorblind options because you can just change every single color in the entire game. Don't see certain colors? Just change them. You can turn the dwarves into owls. Just their heads swivel. Except instead of feathers, it's just beard. I mean, they have dark vision. That's actually not too far off now that I think about it. Got a lot of stuff to throw away. So I'm slaughtering a whole lot of animals right now. Also need to make more charcoal. So I'm going to run out of charcoal soon. King's happy. Got his ballistas done. Still working on the tunnel. I need more charcoal so that we can make more glass. Well, I mean, everybody thinks about the default coloring for Dwarf Fortress, but you forget that you can, like, just literally just put in a color code. You want your entire game to be purple? It can all be purple. Do you really want it to all be purple? Because you don't. It could be purple. You could make everything purple. Dark vision still bothers you? Even in Dwarf Fortress, Aquasar? I mean, that's one thing that I do actually really like about Odd Realm is being able to build torches. Being able to build torches in Odd Realm is really cool. I really, really, really like that. You could also make everything my face. You don't want to make everything my face. Yeah, you could, like, only use pride colors. Make everything bright. Actually, honestly, if you made everything super bright pride colors for Dwarf Fortress, it would probably just look like color vomit and make your eyes bleed. But, yeah, you could do that. You could only use rainbow colors. You could also make your dwarves little rainbows if you want. Since being in absolute darkness doesn't make episodes. Here's a question, okay? If dwarves moved around using echolocation, would that fix it? Or, like, is it specifically dark vision that annoys you? Spring has arrived. Okay, so how many of my merchants are going to die? Because I've got, like, 10 that all could die. And before they all die. And I don't have enough coffins set up now that I think about it. I should have 10 coffins set up and ready to go. I think I only had, like, 4. At least one. all the way down here who is dyeing some clothing, I think. Eusteth has been found dead. This dwarf is freaking out. Grieves at somebody's death. Were you married to Eusteth? You weren't even friends with Eusteth. What's wrong with you? Calm down, dwarf. Sheesh. Not 163 years old, also not dead, so. Unless there's like a dwarf like right underneath you that's dead. Nope. Yeah, I only lost the one. Not bad. I'll take it. I will take it. Also, we have some merchants who are here to bring us some things. Looks like they're carrying clothing. What was me with the prime months? With prime for 2 months means the first one wasn't a mistake. Welcome back. Thanks for keeping that sub alive for a second month. Welcome back. You misclicked again. God damn it! 2 mistakes, 2 months in a row on the same day. Gotta hate it. Do I do refunds? God, I wish. Like, actually, Twitch should probably have a better refund policy. I'm waiting for somebody to, like, have a child spend, like, $1 million on something, and then parents be like, but my credit card. I'm waiting for that to happen, because it's, like, impossible to get refunds from Twitch. Oh, it's definitely happened. It's happened to Orange in chat. Like, it's definitely happened. People have accidentally spent a lot of money on Twitch. It's very, very, very easy to do. Like, just look at the gift sub screen and see how easy it is to accidentally spend a lot of money on Twitch without realizing it. Yeah, it's not bad, actually. I might build the Cowbone Immy. Or check the Cowbone Immy, because I don't know what that is. I mean, maybe they've brought them before, but I don't believe I've ever read the description of one. I don't think I actually have any in my tavern. It's a mid-sized handheld silk-stringed instrument with a bone yoke. Okay, so it's like a medium-sized guitar type thing. The strings are suspended from the yoke down to the body, and the musician plays the 24 strings with a bone bow. Oh, I think I kind of have an image in my head of what that would look like. The tuning is accomplished by pegs, and the instrument has a 4-octave range going from low to medium high pitch. I wonder if this is kind of like a double string situation where they're playing 2 strings at a time. But playing that with a bow would be weird. Maybe it's a very loose bow. It has 2 registers, and the low register has a full, straining, crisp timbre. The high register begins at a middle pitch, has a graceful, light, flat timbre. Cool. You feel bad for gambling addicts? I mean, I've talked about this before. I sometimes feel bad about having the leaderboard at the top of my stream, because there are times where people feel the need to compete to get to number 1 or number 2 or number 3. And one of my long-term goals for the channel is I have a number in my head that if my it's the first one I've read though, Stone. If my Patreon gets to a certain number, I will just turn off the leaderboards, purely because I don't want to see people competing to get to number 1. I don't want to see that. Like, it's, I mean, when we're talking like $10, $20, that's fine. When we're talking like 50s to hundreds of dollars.
Number 1 exclamation mark 1.
Number 2, actually, because I don't know why, but Twitch put you at number 2, so you need to put 1 more penny to get number 1. See, now these kinds of competitions, I'm totally fine with partaking in, because like we're talking dollars. That's like we're talking like the price of buying lunch. Like, that's not so much. But like when we start talking about like large sums of money, there you go. Now you're number 1. 1 more for number 1. Like that's kind of fun, right? But there is a point where it becomes kind of crazy. We've got another depressed dwarf here, Cybrek. You want to practice a craft? All right, well, I'll give you some crafts to practice. Give you weaving, clothes making, glass making. Guess I could also give you bookbinding. We don't do that very often. Maybe stone crafting too. Thanks, Orange. Cheers. But anyway, it's just a at the end of the day, when it comes to all of this stuff, I have to pay my phone bill today. Whoops, I forgot to pay my phone bill. When it comes to all this stuff, it's like, don't do things you can't afford, right? Like, doesn't matter if you're subbed or not. Just anyway, yeah, I do have a plan at some point where it's like, if I get to a X number of dollars a month on my Patreon, I'm just gonna turn all the leaderboards off. I'll probably still leave hype trains on because people have fun with those, but like, I don't know. I do worry that people spend too much money on my streams. Orange! I'm watching you. We need meals because we're starting to run lowish. We need to brew drinks. From plants and fruits. Thanks, Aqua. That's literally what they are, is Twitch surprise mechanics. Although, I have... Hold on. Trail of the Breeze, and enjoy the ad for viewing. What's the name of it? Because I got one of the two that I want. I just can't actually remember the name of the emote, so I have to go find it now. Maybe I didn't. What? I thought I had the parrot, but I don't think I do, actually. I don't think I have the parrot. God damn it. Never mind, I don't know the one I want. Dwarves are making cloth. Prime comes with a Battlefield 4 key? On what platform, though? Like, if I have to install Origin, nah. But then again, I guess I also have Prime. Although I don't think I've ever actually claimed one of the things from Prime. Origin launcher? Yeah, no one's gonna claim those. Maybe if it was like the Steam version, people would claim it, but... Most of those rewards are tied to your email. I don't know how any of that shit works. I'll be completely honest. Like, absolutely none. Thanks for the $1, Darren. Also, Darren, since you're here, your dwarf's happy after finishing up some work. And you feel satisfied upon improving threshing, which I think is interesting, because I don't have any threshing jobs going on right now. It must have been something you did at the Farmers Guild. And shoutouts to Anonymous for checking out a sub anonymously. Cheers, Anonymous. You have an incredibly... So this is Darren's dwarf. He has an incredibly calm demeanor. He often feels filled with joy. He finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate, and is not bothered in the slightest by deviations from the norm or even extreme differences in lifestyle and appearance. He almost never feels discouraged and very easily falls into love and develops positive feelings. He's confident under pressure and is attentive to detail in his own work. He easily is moved to mercy and has an overinflated sense of self-worth and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He tends to hang on to grievances and only tends to form tenuous emotional bonds with others and finds obligations confining. He is conflicted by this since he believes in the importance of the rule of law. He tends to consider what others think of him, and he is moved by art and natural beauty. He is quick to anger, and he tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day. I think that your dwarf is a bartender. Can your dwarf just be my bartender? It's like... I like that dwarf. That's a good dwarf. That's a good dwarf. Also, I really, 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 really like this camera shot. Look at that. Go get some din-dins. Is this Dindins or second Dindins? Ooh, shiny. It's beautiful because I'm not standing there. If I was standing there, that would not be beautiful. It's beautiful because I'm looking at it from a very far away, safe distance. But that is cool looking. Ooh. I'll give you guys a link if you guys want to pop that up in your second monitor, but I do actually have to play Dwarf Fortress. Is it flowing back in? No, it's flowing out. Actually, that's getting intense. The camera's pretty far away. It's just very zoomed in. That camera might not last long. Nah, it's fine. It's fine. The camera's really far away. Like I said, it's just a very big lens. I've always wanted to be watching something like this and then just see somebody grab the camera and run. No, this is Forbidden Hot Tub. Get it right. Hot tub stream, but Forbidden Hot Tubs. Also, the elves have arrived to trade. Yeah, there's a little map that pops up in the bottom left that says the locations of all the cameras, and yeah, that camera's really far away. It's like a kilometer away, probably. It's very far away. Forbidden Hot Tub Time Machine? I mean, it'll end your time real quick. Evil hot sauce. But it made splashy? I mean, it did make splashy. And now it's make very hearty. That's good shit. I like that. Taurus made a masterpiece pigtail clock. Keeping all those dwarves busy. In the bottom image are 3 people walking across the waste. Which of the 3 images? Oh yeah, no, there's people walking around down there, definitely. Yeah, there's lots of people there. Like down this middle image, yeah. No, there's tons of people down there, but they're really far away. Like minor earthquakes in Japan. We had an earthquake up here like the other day, and it was like brum. Right? And I heard people talking about it like, because people like it rattled all the way up the West Coast, right? And there was like people talking on a podcast, and like they're based in Seattle, and they're like, "Did you feel the earthquake the other day? Holy shit!" And then the guy who was like a Seattle native was just like, "Yeah, I mean, we're used to this shit. This is just like Tuesday. Like this is nothing out of the ordinary." Thank you guys for the hype train. Seriously, cheers. Three gift subs and 701 bits. Not gonna break anybody's wallet, I don't think. But cheers. Choo choo. I've collected all the level 1 emotes. You didn't feel it? Yeah, I mean, like, you're probably in a building that just isn't gonna feel it. Uh-oh, Cybrek's throwing a tantrum. Cybrek's gonna need to be booted out almost immediately. Although, actually, I kind of hope you commit a crime. Because if this dwarf commits crime... Oh, that's crime. If Dwarf commits crime, then we have to send Dwarf to prison. Ooh. Ooh, you beat up other Dwarf. Who'd you beat up? Definitely somebody saw that. Cybrek attacked a few things. Punched Merchant in the right upper arm with his hand, bruising the muscle. Merchant punches the Merchant in the upper body. Wow. Multiple punches. What are you going to go break now? Lord. Ooh. Who are you hitting now? My mayor? Or are you losing in a fight against my mayor? You lost in a fight against my mayor. Tried to fight with the mayor. And just got his shit kicked in. The Merchant misses the mayor. Cybrek says, okay, where's this fight actually? Hold on, let's go to my mayor's. Combat log. The merchant missed, ran up to him and missed, just like took a whale at him. The mayor punched him in the upper arm with his right hand, fracturing the bone through the hemp cloak. The force pulls the left shoulder, tearing apart the muscle and bruising the bone, and fracturing apart the muscle and bruising the bone. A ligament has been torn. The merchant missed again, tried to hit him a second time. Simplex says, "Has the tide turned? I am not scared." The mayor punched the merchant once again in the upper body with her left hand, bruising the muscle and jamming the left floating ribs through the liver and tearing the liver. The merchant missed a third time, and then the mayor punched the merchant in the upper left arm with her right hand, bruising the bone through the hemp cloak. The force pulls the left shoulder, bruising the muscle and bruising the muscle. And the mayor says, "I was attacked. That's exhilarating." And the merchant misses a fourth time. The mayor then punches the merchant in the lower body with her right hand, bruising the muscle and bruising the guts through the hemp cloak. The merchant missed 2 more times. That's what, 6 and 7 misses now. The mayor then punches the merchant in the left lower arm with her right hand, bruising the bone through the hemp cloak. The force twists the elbow, and the merchant misses once again. I mean, I don't think he has any working arms left. So the mayor punches the merchant in the right hand, and the injured part explodes into gore. Imagine getting punched in the hand so hard that your hand explodes. Like, I kind of imagine that they're doing like like this kind of thing, like punching their fists together, except his fist just like went just popped. An injured part explodes into gore. An artery has been opened by the attack. The force bends the right wrist, tearing apart the muscle and bruising the bone, and tearing apart the muscle and bruising the bone. A ligament has been bruised, a tendon has been bruised, and the mayor punches the merchant in the right lower leg with her left hand. This is in self-defense, remember that. Bruising the bone through the cave spider silk trousers. The force pulls the right knee, tearing apart the muscle and bruising the bone, and tearing apart the muscle and bruising the bone. A ligament has been torn, and the mayor misses. Probably because he fell over. And then the mayor walked away. Please say that you're walking away to report a crime. I was attacked! I mean, probably Rip Merchant. He's currently just bleeding and tantruming on the floor. He's still tantruming. Like, let's look at your injuries. Her upper arm is broken. Her upper arm is bruised. Her lower leg is bruised. Her lower right hand is mangled beyond recognition. Her left lower arm is bruised. Her left floating ribs are mangled beyond recognition. Her guts are bruised. Her lower body is bruised, and her upper body is bruised, and her liver is fractured. I don't know how one fractures a liver, but we managed to do it. So, based on reading those, I think they might survive. Maybe? That's a lot of blood, though. We do, Goffer, who oddly enough is my captain of the guard, is coming to recover the wounded, so we'll see if he makes it. So Gremlin for mayor, fair enough. One of my migrant workers attacked my mayor, so we'll probably expel him. But we'll see if we can patch him up and put him in prison first. Also, hi Diamond. I mean, it's just the hand. It's just an artery in the hand. Like it's not anything serious. Like, come on, seriously. Diagnose patients. Clevenair is coming to diagnose patient. Get over there, Clevenair. I think it was just the one dwarf that actually got wounded enough to actually have to go to... Man. 3 counts of disorderly conduct and 1 count of vandalism? As if dwarves use IVs. Come on. As if dwarves use IVs. I should probably finish trading with them elves, you know? At least he didn't attack the elves. Weasel, horse, buck rabbit. What else do they bring? Just weasel, horse, and a buck rabbit? Come on, you can do better than that. Guess I'll take some almonds and walnuts then. Yo man, pecans are expensive. So are almonds and so are walnuts. Not dead yet. Yeah, he'll be fine. He's healing. Or she'll be fine. She's healing. I mean, if I set the hammer on her right now, that'll probably kill her. So we have to finish tending to her wounds first. Get her all patched up, and then we'll beat her up and put her in prison. You know, It would have been kind of funny if my mayor came out of this with a kill. I do think that would have been honestly kind of funny. Also, chat room, thank you so much for, like, all the gifted subs and whatnot. You guys have just been too kind. Frankly. I mean, come on, for pain relief, dwarves just have, dwarves have, what do you call it? Booze. Just give them booze. Now we're doing surgery. Straight up surgery. Jack Norick is socializing on top of him while doing surgery. On the table. I do like that they move them from the beds to the tables to actually do surgery. I don't know if that's true, because toy hammers can't be wielded as a weapon. I feel like you'd need to modify some sneaky files to do that, but you could probably do it with some simple modifications. Amazingly, I think this dwarf's gonna live. This dwarf is going to live, chat. Amazingly enough, this dwarf is going to live. With a tiny, I mean, yeah, I know a band that uses kids' keyboards. What of it? Why you mocking? Come on, like, I'm sure, like, if you try hard enough, you could do some damage with, like, a hobby hammer. For, like, putting tiny little dents. So apparently Friday is a bunch of E3 announcement stuff. I'm kind of between plans right now. I might end up on somebody's stream watching it. I might also just be on my Discord and stream it. Kind of depends on what happens. Hey, never underestimate Tiny Hammer, okay? It go up knows that bad. So we're going to give this dwarf all of their vandalism and disorderly conduct sentences, and we'll see what they get. 85 days in prison and a beating. Chad, place your bets. Do you think that this dwarf's going to survive the beating and the 85 days in prison? Or do you think this dwarf's going to be completely insane by the end of it? What do we think? Is the major doing the beating? The mayor? No, the mayor is not doing the beating. But the captain of the guard is doing the beating right now. Uh-oh. Cybrek is now berserk, I think. Shaken after suffering a major injury. I mean, well, comes with the territory. Her head is cut open. Her head is dented. Her neck is torn open. Her left floating ribs are fractured. Well, that's still the same as before. How yoked is the beater? Not actually that strong. The guy who does the beatings, this dwarf who's zealous after punishing somebody. Why should I help, he says. He, or she, rather. She is incredibly quick to heal and rarely sick, but quick to tire and weak. And I've intentionally kept them out of the military, but they love beating people. Her head is dented? Maybe. I saw your icon on Discord crazed, so it was a natural response. I mean, I guess our vampire needs company. All right. Feels guilty after being confined. This dwarf's fucked. You just... I read what Diamond said. You just... you just have to do like an airplane to pop your ears. It pops your head right back. Just like... and your head pops. I don't think that's how that works. Unless dwarves are hollow. Which I also don't think that's how that works. I kind of wish that was how that works because it's a very funny visual, but I don't think that that's how that works. Oh my god. So I had this camera up. Somebody just fucking walks right past it. Okay, now I want to know where this camera is. Because this is what? Camera 8? Where is camera 8? What the fuck? Camera 8. Camera 8's like pretty far away still, but seriously. Man, those people are brave. They're probably scientists. That's probably what they are. They're probably a scientist. So they're safe because they know the sciences, and they know that science can't hurt them if they just don't believe in it. Man. Wild. No, actually, like, I saw interviews with people, and one of the guys that walked by looked very much like one of the scientists that I've seen interviewed. Yeah, this guy. This guy. I think I've seen interviews with this guy talking about this mountain. Like, he studies this mountain, if it's who I think it is. But, like... Man, you brave, dude. Iceland is wild. Most of the dwarves are weaving thread. Yeah, I don't really care too much about that dwarf that had a panic attack because it's like, even though this dwarf is probably just gonna go melancholic and wander around and die after that time in prison, it's like, well, they're not a permanent member of the fort anyway, so. Dwarf doctor. Dwarf should be able to keep your dwarf from dying. Can't fix them up. But there can't fix them up? What? Some other race was doing a lot of stuff. So are you enjoying your time with Aurora 4X now that you've kind of figured out the basics? Oh, I'm like, why is this not working? Caps lock turned on. Of course I had caps lock on. That's always like, why is nothing working in DF? Check caps lock. Can you break a temple area into two? Like having a room for a god A and then a room for god B. You could stack them. So you could totally... just have a temple for specifically 2 gods or 3 gods. But yes, you can absolutely do that. Trial of Debris. You can absolutely do that. That too. You could have like a temple with one name on one end of the fortress and then add the same temple name to a different one. You can have multiple floored temples or whatever you want to do. Yeah. Doesn't that decrease the room value though? Yeah, but like a room that's worth a billion because it's got 15 artifacts in it, and a room that's worth 0.5 less than a billion is still very valuable. So like it's such a minor decrease that like really doesn't matter. But yes, it certainly does. It's like, yes, it does decrease the room value, but like everything in Dwarf Fortress, it's like, it's more of a, do you want to roleplay that? If yes, then yes, you can do it. Because like Krug Smash said in the video that I put up the other day where I spoke with him, just remember that everything in like more people should be playing Dwarf Fortress like they're playing D&D by themselves and not so much like you're trying to play a min-maxy management game. Which is one of the main reasons why I think Dwarf Fortress is going to come out and a lot of people are going to be like, nah, don't like it. Because they're going to expect RimWorld, which is a very min-maxy management game and not a very finicky self-role-playing simulator, you know? Was too far from their workplace? So what I would recommend for that, there is actually a workaround for that. So there's kind of certain dwarves will be like so interested in work that they won't ever pray. Human Max and D&D, you are a horrible person, Spitalier. Congratulations. Here, have your medal. No, I'm joking. But I mean, yeah, fair enough. Where was I going with that statement? What you can do, like the problem is some dwarves prefer working, right? So if they are working a whole lot and there's a lot of jobs available for them to do, they will just completely neglect taking care of themselves. Sort of like me. I really like working, so I neglect working out. I neglect going outside. I neglect socializing. I neglect my friends. I neglect my family. I neglect people that I know. I neglect you know, things that keep me sane, and then I wonder why I'm depressed. Well, I mean, it's because I'm neglecting myself, and dwarves do that too, whether intended or not. It's just kind of what happens in Dwarf Fortress, so you kind of have to force them to do certain things sometimes. So, I mean, I have my celebration burrow where I lock everybody in the tavern and temple, and then they pray and they drink, and that's all that they do. But what you can also do is you can put them in a squad, equip them with no armor, turn the squad on so the squad is in active in training mode, but don't tell them to go train anywhere. And then they will specifically... Is that dwarf's still in prison, isn't he? Yeah, she's still in prison and she's having another tantrum. Well, this dwarf's completely fucked. I don't think this dwarf will ever leave that cell. Yeah, so what you can do is you can... What you can do is if you put them in a military squad and just tell them to be in a squad and not do any training, is they will only take care of their most important needs, which are praying, socializing, and food, and booze, obviously. So they will just go pray basically nonstop, or hang out in a guild hall. That's also another problem, is a lot of dwarves will go hang out in guild halls instead of praying. Yeah, they can still come as migrants. If you don't like that, you can completely disable it, though. Yeah, these are all little, like, tricks that I've learned over 200-something years of Longdeath, so, you know, like... Hopefully one of those solutions helps, because it is possible to fix dwarves, but it also can be very difficult to fix dwarves. Also, sometimes if a dwarf is super depressed, maybe they just have one specific thing that they want to do, and if you can make them do that one specific thing, it'll usually fix them. A very common one that I find is they want to practice a martial art, in which case, put them in a wrestling squad and just let them train. Most of the time, it'll just fix them within a couple of weeks. Because you didn't want to add more tasks. Well, here's the thing. Putting them in a squad, and like if say you have a squad, let's just say, I don't know, Bear Fighters 2, and you set them to active, it'll cancel all other tasks. So now all the 2 dwarves in Bear Fighters 2, the only thing they're going to do until I tell them to go train is they are just going to run around and socialize, drink, eat, and take care of themselves. They're not going to train. They're going to be as ready as they possibly can be to go into combat, which is drunk as fuck, full of food, happy as all can be, and probably praying to their god because they're about to die, right? So it kind of makes sense. If you want your dwarves to take care of themselves, you got to make sure that they take care of themselves. And dwarves are frustrating because they don't want to take care of themselves, just like people. And like I always tell people who play Dwarf Fortress who have questions, it's like, well, what would work in real life? It'll probably work in Dwarf Fort because that's why Dwarf Fortress is so cool. Active is indeed different from training. Yeah. Active is indeed different from training. Active just means that they're in uniform. DF is like real life. You can have multiple religions claiming land and space, and people get killed over them. It's real fun when you're reading through Legends, and it's just like, and they expelled everybody of a certain religion because they disagreed on religious beliefs. And you're like, but you worship rivers, and you worship the wind, and you worship rocks. Can't we just be friends? Nope. Hello, all-purpose name. I mean, I'm not even going to respond to that joke because I don't think it's funny, but okay. You sound like a dwarf, my friend. Out of some, popular novelist stories. Meanwhile, in Dwarf Fortress, infant comes out, dump them in a bucket of beer. You gotta bounce now. We'll see you later, Trial. Cheers. Or Trail. Why do I keep saying Trial? Cheers. I'll be here all day. I'll be here all day. So we've got cloth getting dyed, cloth getting... thread getting dyed, we got meals getting made, putting stuff into... reading the Principles of Anatomy. Good stuff. Bunch of dwarves learning. I didn't realize I had a book called The Principles of Anatomy. I wonder who wrote that. Because I don't remember that getting written. Oh, it was written by Cheers Jamie. Okay, well, I mean, it was constantly pondering anatomical studies. It was authored by Cheers Jamie Fishervolts, who was our mayor for many years. It concerns the anatomical studies for medical edification. The writing has a touch of melancholy. The prose is great. Sup, LaFonda? Every increment is 5 seconds long. Is it sort of like in Dwarf Fortress where you get lag every full moon and you're like, someone's got a were creature outbreak somewhere in the world. Another day, another dentist appointment? Yeah. Hopefully the dentist is cute. It's like I have 2 modes when I go to the dentist. It's like, ugh, dentist appointment, or, oh, I get cute, like, dental hygienist this time. Because there's 2 people that usually work on my teeth at my dentist. One of them's adorable and the other one is not. So. It's not bad looking for 65. Except now, actually, you know, I haven't been to the dentist since 2019 because of the whole pandemic shit. And so I'm going to the dentist in July. And now I'm just thinking, like, I wonder if it'll be weirder or less weird going to the dentist where everybody's wearing masks, because everybody wore masks in the dentists before, except for people getting their teeth done. But now it's like everybody's just going to be wearing masks. Huh. It's a weird thought. Because you bet your ass we ain't lifting mask mandates for a while still. You getting a lot of dental work done or something? Yeah, today we're doing a lot of A lot of cloth dyeing. Your braces? Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Been there. Been there, done that, got the t-shirt. Well, been there, got that, done that, got the retainers. More actually the reality of it. Been there, done that, got the retainers. To prove it. I got more cavities during the time of having braces than I think the rest of my life combined. King wants 2 more ballista arrows. You get to answer a lot of questions about them. The last time I saw the dentist, I got the cute dentist, and she was complaining about her boyfriend because he plays too much League of Legends. And it was literally the question of, well, she asked me about my tattoos, and I was honest. I'm like, well, my tattoos are for a video game. She's like, so you like video games? I'm like, yes. And I'm like, please don't ask me what I do for a living, based in my head, because I hate explaining this shit to people. Then she was just like, so can I ask you for some advice? I was like, okay. And she's like, so my boyfriend plays way too much League of Legends. And I'm just like, oh, God, kill me. It's like, so how do I stop him from playing League of Legends? Because he gets so mad. I'm like, get a new boyfriend. Yeah, I mean, like, I think actually some of the people who work there know my extended family, but, or at least like my parents. Because, like, seriously, you can't cure that. That's an incurable disease. Have I stocked up by now? I haven't looked at the raw count, but that's the stockpile of them. There's another stockpile with a couple of them. Those are all of my ballista arrows, which is what the ball asses are. Ball asses. Well, no, it's not ball asses. There's only one L. Yeah, the problem with my king being insane is I'm not allowed to sell any of them, right? My king... This is the actual fun bit. My king is only... Where are you? I'm not actually seeing my... There you are. Kade. My king is 89 years old, meaning my king will probably live for like another 60 years. For video game raging? You know, so many people would benefit so much from a little bit of like... calming your fucking tits when it comes to video games, but nah, what can you do? It's funny because like I used to be one of those ragers. I used to get like ridiculously unreasonably mad at video games all the time, all the damn time. Then I just like had this eureka moment where I'm like, I really want to be good at these games. My eyes are shit. I can't fix my eyes, so I'm never going to be good at these games. I should just stop playing these games. So you know what I did? I did, and here I am. Still not playing those games that make me mad. I don't know if they still make me mad. I'm assuming they don't make me mad. I mean, I've had many times where I'm like, man, Dwarf Fortress is lagging real bad. Where did my frame rate go? Oh, the game's paused. Cursing at NES Casino Kid 2? I have no idea what NES Casino Kid 2 is, but I probably would curse at it too. But yeah, I have no idea what Casino Kid 2 is. I will say that it doesn't sound like a particularly compelling product. RTS is about all you're decent at. I'm really good at games that have really high learning curves. There we go. As I said, this dwarf is never going to recover. But they have to be certain types of games. Like I live in a world where it is physically impossible for me to be good at a first-person shooter or an RTS or a MOBA or any of those games just because of my eyesight. It's like I do not have the spatial awareness to see my whole screen. And I never will. And I will never be able to process all of the information at the same speed as other people. Like, there was a point in my life where I played way too much Counter-Strike and way too much League of Legends, and way too much Heroes of New Earth, and I got pretty good at those games, but it's like, I would hit a wall where it's like, in order to get better than really good, I have to see better. So, like, to give you an idea, when I did play League of Legends, I could get to Diamond 2, 3 sometimes. Like, I would generally sit around Diamond 5 in ranked, which is, like, not bad. But at the same time, it's like, in order to do that, I had to play, like, 8 to 10 hours a day. And I had a very low win-loss ratio. Like, a very, very close to even win-loss ratio. And would have a really hard time playing half of the character roster. And my friends could just, like, play 3-4 games a day and just sit high diamond, right? And then go play other games. And so I'd just be there grinding, trying to keep my rank up because that was the only way I could do it. And it's not worth the time. Like, it's literally just, it's not worth it. I would rather, play Dwarf Fortress and get good at that for myself and just entertain myself with little stories that build in my head. That poor fucking dwarf, though. This poor fucking dwarf. This dwarf is going to starve to death in this prison. They're going to go on hunger strike and refuse to eat. 151 years old. Well, I mean, you've lived a long life, dwarf. Yeah, I mean, like, it started impacting, like, my friendships and relationships and shit, so it's like, okay, yeah, I gotta stop playing these games. Material active! Rating with a party of 5. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the Raiders? Cheers. Welcome. Hey, what's up? What were you doing? What were you playing? Tell us a little bit about your stream. I hope it was good. Hello, Electric Soul. What's up? Hey, Material Active. What were you playing today? Like I said, tell us a little bit about your stream and why you decided to bring your friends over here specifically. It's very rare for me to get raided, so it's like kind of this neat little highlight of my day. Fire Imps and Undead killed the fort. Okay, I getcha. Very enjoyable content. So just like Dwarf Fortress stuffs? Interesting. I don't watch enough Twitch because when I'm not streaming on Twitch, I'm as far away from my computer as fucking possible. Playing in a scorching, terrifying biome? Gotcha. Scorching, terrifying. What kind of effects does the terrifying biome have? Is it like, is it raining vomit? Or is there zombies everywhere? Okay, that's cooler. Cooler's been depressed for a bit, but that's okay. Zon, you're a new one. What do you want? Uneasy upon being pestered by mosquitoes. I don't believe I've ever seen that before. Doesn't even dislike mosquitoes. Hates toads. Rain's mucus plus resurrecting. Ew. Yeah, that sucks. Well, I mean, fun, I guess. Not big on the raining mucus. I like the death clouds, though. Death clouds are fun. Instead of maces or something? I mean, all that does is increases the kill count, right? Like, if you're making cutting weapons against lots of zombies, then instead of, okay, you don't kill one zombie in that case, right? Each soldier kills one zombie 18 times because they cut the zombie in half and then they cut those halves in half and then they cut those halves in half and then they cut those halves in half and then they cut all the fingers off and then they cut all the fingers in half again and then they step on the fingers because the fingers are still wiggling and then they cut the foot off and then the foot walks away and then they stab the foot and then there's a neck crawling up the ground like a weird fucking inchworm thing and they squish that. It's fine. It's fine. You just might have some weird stragglers at the end of every fight. It's like, oh, yep, there's a foot. Gotta get that. I will never forget the time that there was an army of necks crawling down my front walkway. And then goes to your civilians and somehow the foot kills 50 civilians. Yeah, no, I know exactly what you mean, but it doesn't change the fact that it's really funny. It's a really good way to get dwarves with extremely high kill counts. Like, extremely high kill counts. Extremely high kill counts. Like, you want to have, like, a dwarf with, like, 15,000 kills? Oh, yeah. Just, like, walk in there with an adamantine sword. Just cut them all up. Caterpillar neck? Oh, yeah, caterpillar neck. Also, Caterpillar Neck is my new grindcore band. But what does this dwarf want to do? I'm going to practice the craft. I mean, let's give you furnace operating. And weaving. Be something. If you tantrum, you're out, though. Putting a necro hunter in the army is also pretty good at that. Yeah, having just like an extra necromancer hanging around. It's also really fun because like what ends up happening is you'll kill the first row of enemy zombies. They'll become multi-zombies, right? And start attacking the enemy zombies and your zombies. So the zombies will start infighting, which causes confusion, which causes more zombies, which causes more confusion, and they're all hostile to everything and just fighting each other. So it is actually kind of like you'll be fighting a wall of partially decapitated zombies who will be fighting a wall of actual zombies who will be decapitating the wall of partially decapitated zombies. And it's win-win. Everybody gets kills. It's just win-win. It's literally just win-win. Also, what is... Oh. I was going to say that the good lava camera turned off, but they seem to have just turned it back on. Not a lot of lava flows. If anybody sees lava flows, let me know, because I want to see more lava flows. Yeah, so I think I might be on Sui's stream for, I think I might be on Sui's stream for E3. I think that's what's gonna happen there. So I'll just be chilling on Sui's channel watching E3, talking smack. Should be fun. But yeah, no, there's lots of ways to just like do dumb shit in Dwarf Fortress. But I think that's the fun part of DF, isn't it? It's not being super successful and micromanaged for me. The fun for me in DF is just like, let's throw this at the wall and see if it sticks. And if it doesn't, then it doesn't. And if it does, then it does. Well, like I said, this dwarf is just gonna sit here until they die. We're gonna have to pull a corpse out of there pretty soon. Also, I've been streaming for 3 hours and 11 minutes. I'm just gonna quickly go use the restroom. I will be back in a mo. All right, I'm back. Just a moment. Were we the only? Yeah, we were the only two that invested, and we both won. Aqua. Not bad. Not bad. Early bird gets the worm, I guess. Human caravans arrived. Looks like the royal treasurer made it. Just one caravan so far. We're into early summer. Early summer of Longdeath. Yeah, I'm really happy that Afar TV was able to get that 4K camera. Like, that GoFundMe was funded in, like, a really short period of time. Because one of their cameras kind of got a little bit warm. Got a little too close to some lava. But you received crazy about the home phone issue you've been working on the last 2 weeks. I received crazy. What does I received crazy mean? I've received crazy before. I received crappy? I still don't know what that means, but okay. I still have, like, no idea what that means. Oh, crappy news. Okay. Also, hold on a second. Are we talking like a landline phone? Actually, chat, out of curiosity, who here still has, like, a landline phone? I'm just really curious. And if you do, why? I want to check something real quick. It's cheaper? Do you also have a cell phone, or do you only have a landline? Looking for Candle Pixie. There you are. No, okay, so you are in the coffin. No landline phone, no internet. Really? They don't sell landline and internet separately where you're at, Spitalier? That's wild. I mean, like, here, yeah, I could get a landline phone for an extra $15 a month. You never used it? Huh. I mean, I guess if you get a discount for it. At that point, that kind of makes sense, but... I mean, like, I have my cell phone. That's it. And I've never had a landline since I moved out. It's like, if I got cable, like, as in, like, television, most of those packages include landline phone service. But felt lustful when talking with a spouse. Please make babies. Please make babies. But, like, I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like, I don't understand the need anymore. 3 more ballista arrows. A Flixbox API monitor to monitor incoming calls and look up the number rating website and automatically block them if the rating is bad. I always, man, that's interesting. Okay, side question. Who actually, would rate a incoming phone number on a number rating website? Who actually does that? I mean, I'm not gonna go checking out anything. Like, I believe you that it exists, but what kind of, it's sort of like, what kind of person has a restaurant experience that is so bad that they specifically go out of their way to leave a bad review on Yelp? You just use them? Yeah, that's more what I'm wondering is like who does that? I don't know. I've never lived that life. Yeah, they make annoying bundles to get ISPs. Yeah, see, here it's like everything is a la carte. Really upset people, you guys? Maybe they're the actually. Okay, so you know how we were talking about people who get really, 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 really mad at video games? Maybe those kinds of people have just always existed, except most of them just get really, 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 really mad at like spam callers or like the grocery store. I think my brain just exploded a little bit. They get really mad because, you know, their day is ruined because they had to wait for an extra 3 minutes in the line. Used to love getting mad at. I don't think I've ever loved getting mad at anything. I feel, I don't know. Whenever I get like cold called by somebody, it's usually just I don't even give them the second thought. It's just I insta hang up. But the problem is like I'll frequently get like random goddamn. Sometimes raging out is cathartic. While I agree, raging out at other people, I don't think is cathartic. They're all in the YouTube comments. Well, so did anybody here watch the Krug Smash video? The video that I put up with Krug Smash yesterday? Because if you watch that video, it's just like a camera recording, right? Mostly with like interspersed footage. There's one person in the comments who got really mad that the footage was mirrored. Which like didn't even occur to me until after I'd uploaded it and this person commented on it. Like it didn't even occur to me because it's like I'm so used to looking at Discord calls that are all mirrored, right? Just like it didn't even register. Like I'm mirrored all the time on stream, right? It's like I'm just so used to looking at mirrored cameras that it's like boom, just over my head. And there's one person who's just like, this video is completely unwatchable because this stupid fucking thing is mirrored. What is wrong with you? And they're like super goddamn mad at me. I'm just sitting there like, whoa. Just didn't even dawn on me. You watched it, it was fine. Yeah, see, like, it's not an issue. Really, it's like, non-issue. At least I thought it was a non-issue. It was an issue for that person. I don't know. Oh yeah, YouTube stats are broken. Whee! You didn't notice it? I mean, the only thing that really makes it obvious is there's a, he's got a piece of paper in the background that is written backwards. Hey, Baxter. What's up? Ruined? I know, right? Anyway. I thought that was a very funny thing to get upset with me for. I think I've had like 2 comments about it. One of them was really mean and the other one was just kind of like, bah! More just like being goofy about it. I just thought it was really funny. It's cute for when you go to sleep. Good shit. I mean, it's a 45-minute video of going to that will probably put you to sleep. So, also the audio is available for people who give me $1 or more on Patreon. As with all my interviews. Only one dislike. Only one dislike. Yeah, still only one dislike. Hey, you know, it's better than when I put up the video where I stated that I was going to raise money for Doctors Without Borders on my birthday and got a bunch of dislikes because how dare I raise money for charity. Not really a horror podcast, but I've been listening through the Chilluminati podcast because I've been looking for one of the podcasts I used to listen to ended recently, so I have like 3 hours of podcast time a week now to try and fill up with other things. You can read backwards. I mean, I know some people who could easily read upside down and backwards text, and they will always just like type in upside down and backwards text in my chat. And it makes me upset because I can't read upside down and backwards text. So it's like, stop doing that, please. Like I have enough time, hard enough time reading Twitch chat anyway than like you putting upside down text into my chat. Oh, I mean, that's kind of like Hobo, who sometimes complains that games don't work in his ultra widescreen monitor. Or he's like, oh, game doesn't have ultra widescreen support. Sad face. It's like, dude, really? It's like for you and the 4 other people who own ultra widescreen curved monitors. It's like complaining that it's like complaining that people. What's the word I'm looking for here? It's like the people that complain that games don't have 3D support, who still have 3D monitors for some reason. Another nerdy thing that you tried previously, I got very annoyed with people peeking at your Kindle on public transport. Huh. I don't know what Rot 13 is, so I'm going to Google Rot 13. Yeah, no, that's not worth it. Not worth it. I literally just, I'm on a Rod 13 translator. Not worth it. Absolutely not worth it. But also, I respect the effort that you put into that even for a second. Just move 13 characters further into the alphabet. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, we were talking about UI scaling problems with Caves of Cud like the other day. You have an ultra widescreen monitor? Oh, nothing's wrong with it. It's just one of my mods sometimes complains that games don't always support it. Like games that have like very specific aspect ratios for like tile sets or visuals or whatever, and they don't support the ultra widescreen because some games don't. And so we're just talking about like funny things that people complain about. That's all it is. We're just talking about things that people complain about. So there's literally nothing wrong with having an ultra widescreen monitor. In fact, I've thought about buying one because I don't know how many of you guys know what my setup looks like, but I have 1, 2, 3 monitors. I've thought about getting an ultra widescreen monitor for like up top. Just for various extra things, but I've just never done it. Because I do have another monitor mount. I could mount one more monitor on this mount stand. So I've thought about getting an ultra wide just to like go across the top. Best camera ever? You fucking know it. It's very handy camera, which I don't use enough. So this is something I was hoping would happen. How long has it been since the last Etten? Probably 100 years? Probably a few hundred years. The Etten, a weary Ithariaria, has come. A giant humanoid monster with 2 heads. What's the game year? I can tell you in a second. 243. More head equal more brains. And more eyeball. So she's got nothing in her inventory. Or he's got nothing in his inventory. His wavy hair is extremely long. He is short and muscular. His free-lobed broad ears are very splayed out, and his extremely short eyebrows are high. His left head is extremely short, and his slightly rounded copper eyes are close set on his nose. His left head is somewhat broad, and his ears are somewhat tall. His hair is a crew, and his skin is pale brown. So I have a button for this. Bunker! Go ahead in the very important emergency bunker for in case of emergency. And I think the humans are still here, yeah? The humans are indeed still here. And pull this lever. And I need to add this to the bunker. It's probably going to go fight with my animals, which is a very real concern. So what I think I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to fight it. I'm going to have to fight it. So I'm going to send both my squads up. So it doesn't just kill all of my cattle and unicorns and such. So there goes the capital E. I could probably forbid that door, but it's not going to do much. It's just going to break the door off the hinges in that case. Which I think it's doing anyway. Instead of straight like I do. I mean, I've never had to load pallets on anything, so. It's trying to break through the door. Not being very efficient about it, though. Axon's here. Completely unarmed, I think. We've got a gauntlet. 2 gauntlets. Chain leggings. Did you not grab a weapon? I guess you didn't grab a weapon. Well, here comes another dwarf to come help. Stone's coming. Hello, Ren. We've got ourselves a capital E who's now fighting with my cows. We have an Etten who is being a pain in the dick. It's killing my cows. So we're going to give it a second to kill a couple of the cows. Actually, you know what? Instead of putting them in the dwarves in the bunker, let's actually put them in the celebrate room, because that's a little bit more open. It's killed 2 of my bulls. At least it went into that one, and it's fighting with the cows and not my unicorns, and it's giving us time to actually fight these. Is Axon covered in vomit? No. I don't think so. Probably tears. So it's actually... Oh, hold on. I could actually tell you. No, his own blood. I don't know why he's covered in his own blood. He's got his own blood on him. Okay, so the Etten just got scared after getting a cut on his leg, probably from one of the bulls, and is now fighting with my goats. All right, well, we've got... Are the Spearmasters armed? As they should be. Yeah, you are. Got a shield. And a well-crafted steel spear. That has been used by Patchwork and Goats the Third. With 15 kills on Goats the Third, and 2 kills on Patchwork. All right, well, I guess I shall send the kill order now, shall we? And Stone, of course, is wielding Zenith in his right hand, the Desert of Laws, a well-crafted bronze spear with no kills, and a shield that has 1 kill by Stone on a buzzard. So we will follow Peter, I think. Can a 2-headed Cyclops see depth? I mean, well, each head wouldn't be able to see depth independently. So that would be my assumption there. They're fighting, and it is dead. We have killed the Etten. Meaning I can pull that lever again. So the humans can, you know, get out at some point. So here's the real question. Who the hell got the kill? As it was Peter and Axon that did most of the fighting with it. Quevenair and Stone didn't really make it through the door. Looks like Axon got it. After 177 other kills, got one notable kill of Awuri, Prophet Mighty, the Renowned Luxuries, the Etten in 243. So we shall check the combat report, I think. Did the Etten even get a hit in? I was fighting with all my bulls and was talking about how he improved it, about how they improved their fighting. Stray bull's been knocked unconscious. Oh, I see. The Etten punches the stray bull with his right hand, and in the right hand, then it explodes into gore, and he says, "Help, save me, I've been injured," starts screaming for help. The elite wrestler stabbed the Etten in the hand with her iron spear, tearing the muscle and chipping the skull. Yeah, it looks like they just kind of got in there and beat the crap out of it, stabbing their spears firmly into the wounds, lodging them, and then climbing them. Just using that as a method of mounting them and then just stabbing it in the head. The final blow appears to have been the elite wrestler stabs the Etten in the left head with her iron spear, tearing the muscle, chipping the skull on the left hand, and tearing the brain. And there we go. That is the fight. Just like that. That seems somewhat underwhelming. Ettins are very underwhelming against Spearmasters. Ettins are very dangerous. Same with Giants. If you do not have a military, if you have a fully built military, they are very underwhelming. Can it all be gone so quickly? Begone, fear. What a thing to say. But yeah, no, Ettins are always, was Axon complaining about wounds? Probably. But, not necessarily their own wounds. That's always the thing that's a little bit confusing about that, is it's like, it's hard to tell whether or not it's their wounds that they're complaining about, or, another person's wounds. It's like, these wounds, begone fear. It's like, well, you're not necessarily complaining about your own wounds. Like, I didn't lose a single dwarf in that altercation. They spawn as master weapon users and then train for the age of time, right? What, Ettins? I don't actually know. All I know is that Ettins are very weak in my experience. The ones that are actually scary, in my experience, are were creatures, dragons, and even dragons aren't that bad if you have shields. Were creatures, dragons, and anything with webs or fire. Anything else is just kind of there, really. Right, hedgehog. But yeah, actually, bronze colossi are scary because the only thing that can cut them is steel. So if you don't have steel weapons specifically, you're in trouble. Or if like you only have one steel weapon or whatever, then you're in trouble. So bronze colossi are scary. If it was a bronze colossus, I probably would have just let it kill my livestock and then let it get caught in a trap. Yeah, I don't pay too much attention to their stats specifically. Sorry, I just realized I didn't have the volcano stream up, so I was popping that back up in the background. Because, you know, I got to keep up with what's going on in that Icelandic volcano. There's 2 streams that I have up on my computer, like, all the time. Well, one that I have up all the time, and then one that's only up when I'm not streaming. The one that I have up all the time is this volcano stream, or one of the like many volcano streams, and then the other one is Japan's weather network because I find that oddly fascinating. Adra, it's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. What's up, man? I hope you're doing well. So kind of a random thing. A friend of mine works in a warehouse. You guys are talking about warehousing, so it's reminding me of this. A friend of mine works in a warehouse, right? And I guess with some Google searching, you guys could figure out what warehouse, but they have a lot of employees, so it's not a huge deal. Anyway, works in a warehouse, right? And he's been home from work for like 3 weeks now because of a cyber attack threat. Supposedly, somebody got into their payment backend and is threatening to leak the bank information of all of their employees if they don't like give the employees a bunch of benefits. And I'm sitting here going like, that sounds like something one of their own employees would do. Blind's friend at the warehouse. No, if you search for warehouse cyber attack, Vancouver, British Columbia, you'll probably find it, but because it was in the news. But what's cool about weather in Japan? It's not what's cool about weather in Japan. It's how they do their, because it's literally like Japan's weather network. But what's weird about it is just how they do the production. Like they're just on their phones. Like, so you know, like Weather Network in North America is like, or like in the Western world is like, dude standing in front of green screen, pointing at thing on green screen, usually, right? Like that's generally what it is. But on this live stream, it's pretty young lady or middle-aged dude on their phone using the weather app that they're advertising, controlling the green screen behind them or just like a big window next to them for the local weather. And then like doing that for a bit and then just like switching to their Instagram and just like showing pictures. It's very strange the way they do it as a production, and it has like this very pastel kind of color palette and lo-fi hip hop in the background all the time. And I'm just like, I can't stop watching this. Like I find it strange. No, they're very well clothed. I will say that. It's not like they're almost naked situation. No, they're wearing like business casual shit, like stuff that you'd see in an office. All right then, Dave. I don't know how you lose a stream, but guess the internet gave out or something. So you just found out that you're losing an uncle. What's the Jacob disease? What is that? Or should I Google it and not ask? Because that's a thing that I've never heard of before. That's unfortunate. You know what isn't unfortunate though? Volcanoes. Volcanoes are shiny and pretty. Look at the molten rock and go ooh and ah. You know, that looks like chocolate. I'm just gonna put it out there. That looks like chocolate. Just because of the coloring of it. But no, it's awful. Losing a family member for any reason is awful. Especially if it's preventable. Fun. Yeah, I've never heard of that before. That's awful though. I feel bad because I'm talking about how that's awful, but then also just like panning to this volcano because look at that. Like that's really cool looking. God, those lava overflows just look awesome on that shot. Like, man. Oh boy, that's getting close. Life throws curveballs all the time. Yeah, I mean, that's usually my response, but like, you know, if somebody says that they're losing a family member and then person's response is, man, life throws curveballs, it's like, that's not like, you know, the appropriate human response to a situation like that. That's all. But I tend to have the same feeling when it comes to losing somebody. At least in this situation, you get time to say goodbye, right? I'm slowly losing my grandmother on my mom's side to early onset dementia. It's tricky because, like, she's just getting more and more and more and more and more loopy as time goes on. But also, if to anybody who actually wants this weather network, stream that I was talking about, so you can just see if it's interesting to you too. It's literally just this. Those are the two streams that I have up just like all the time when I'm not streaming. It's like, that's my Twitch viewing habits now. I mean, yes, I do still watch other streamers, but that's kind of the majority of my time. 3 crowns for my mare, and 1 ballista arrow. Yeah, I don't know. Death is a tricky subject for a lot of people. I don't know. I feel like personally I'm kind of numb to it for a variety of reasons, but you watch that chicken coop stream? You should watch my friend of mine's duck stream, although I think he took it off because nobody was watching it. Although I'm waiting for a picture point to launch his fish tank stream. I'm waiting. He has beautiful fish tanks, and I'm waiting for that fish tank stream. Just 24/7, round the clock, fish tanks. I will be honest though, I can't actually watch that chicken coop stream. And the reason I can't watch it is because it hurts to watch it, because it's this extremely like successful, really well-funded stream that makes tons of money, and it's literally just a camera pointed at a chicken coop, and I sit at in my chair like 8 to 10 hours a day, 5 days a week, and somehow that chicken stream always has more people watching than me. And it makes me feel very inadequate, I guess. I'm just going to expel that dwarf because you're going to tantrum again. That was the one that was in prison who attacked my mayor. That's good to hear. More surprised than hurt. Yeah, I understand that. It's like like kind of an unexpected shock. I mean, it makes you feel your own mortality, right? And I think to a degree that's very healthy in life, is remembering that you're mortal. And I think a lot of people kind of forget that. A lot of people just, not saying that people forget that they're mortal, but like trying to think of a better way to word it. It's more of a, people take for granted that they're mortal, and you know, focus a lot on, you know, delaying stuff and work, and like maybe not enough on just living. You know what I mean? And a friend of my family said once that, you know, like the most important thing to remember in life is that you could get hit by a car tomorrow. So just live today like tomorrow you're going to get hit by a car and you'll have a pretty damn good life. Quit your job and move to where you want to go to. Like, go learn to fly a plane, jump out of an airplane, do what you got to do because, you know, it's a fucking stupid thing to say because it feels like a stupid thing to say because of the popularity of the term YOLO, but at the same time it's like, you know, do what you got to do. Go have fun. Like, at the very least, I fucking felt my own mortality when I was in the hospital. Especially when it was like, I was in hospital and also told, by the way, your vision is decreasing rapidly now. It's like, between like those two kind of kicks in the face, it's like, well, okay. Gotta take this shit seriously and actually like survive. And also live a little. Otherwise, I'm gonna be a very sad person in a couple of years. Pond grabbers. We got pond grabbers in the basement. Would you look at that? I don't know. What I know is that every day I get to hopefully entertain a couple of people, and we only get one round to do this, so gotta entertain as many people as possible. Though there are still limits to that, that's what we're thinking about the future and not only the immediate. I mean, yeah, don't think about just the immediate, but just realize that you have to live enough in the immediate so that you're satisfied if you don't get to last to the future, you know? Because a lot of people focus, like, I focused years of my life on other people and not myself and was not happy in the immediate, banking on the future, right? And that's something that a lot of people do. I know my dad has done that his entire life. My dad's was very rarely happy for a very, very, very long period of time because he was always focusing on the immediate and what he could, and not focusing on himself in the slightest or taking care of himself in the slightest. He was always working on things that he could achieve in the future, right? Like, everything was for 4 years later, and I'm gonna work as hard as I fucking can right now for 4 years from now. It's like, well, what if you're dead 4 years from now? What if a nuclear bomb goes off and we're all dead 4 years from now? Like, you know, like, what if aliens attack and we're all dead 4 years from now? What if a fucking volcano erupts and we're all dead 4 years from now? We don't know. Like, so you kind of have. What if a pandemic happens and we all die because blood comes out of our ears? Like, you don't know. None of us do. Finally. Also, I only just realized we have I don't know if Stone's here, but Stone would be very interested in this. We have a brand new royal treasure. Hawk, you left us too soon. You left us too soon. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? But hello, Ghost. Don't sacrifice the present for the future. Live in the present, but prepare for the future. Is kind of like where my headspace is at these days. Live in the present, but also prepare for the future. Don't just prepare for the future. And I think a lot of people just prepare for the future. You know, like putting off vacations or birthday parties and stuff just to work more. Pandemic? I mean, I mentioned this the other day, and Tigsum Osaksfi says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid my farewell to you and your stout dwarves. I need to get a screenshot of this person. Because Stone will want this. But, yeah, extremely long eyebrows. I need to read that discussion, not close that. His extremely sparse hair is extremely long. His brass eyes are protruding. His eyebrows are extremely long. He is average in size, and his ears are free-lobed. His head is somewhat tall. Why am I imagining Bert, but with long hair from Sesame Street? His head is somewhat tall, and his hair is tan mixed with gray, and his skin is sandy talc. So he's pretty old, middle-aged. Interesting. But who here is ready for the conspiracy theories to start in 3-4 years that COVID-19 never actually happened? Because people are starting, like, everybody was going on about how long 2020 was. Then 2020 ended and everybody's like, man, where did that year go? It's like we skipped a year. People are all saying that now. So when are people going to start claiming that 2020 didn't actually happen and we all just dreamed it or something? Because I have this weird, because like that's how people deal with trauma, right? They forget that things happened. So somebody's going to forget that 2020 happened and then start claiming that it never happened. I mean, I feel that way. Like I feel that because of like just how my brain deals with trauma already, Von Roland. But it's like, it's going to become a conspiracy theory. Like, give it a year. That's probably already 40% of Americans. I think that's maybe unfair to them. Like, you know, I'm the first to like bash parts of America, but I feel that's maybe unfair to 40% of Americans. Maybe 5% of Americans. That's a number I'd feel a little bit more comfortable with, but 40, really? Granted, you live in the States, so you probably know your people better than me. Prove to anyone in the universe, to anyone that the universe didn't just poof into existence 5 years ago. There are recordings of me in the universe from 20 minutes ago. That's all the proof I need, but some people do have very short-term memory, it seems. But 5 years after, people will forget 2020 already since it's so far in the past. No, totally. I mean, like, people don't really... It doesn't seem like people remember SARS or swine flu or any of that shit already. I mean, now you're just talking like a crazy person, but I get your point, Von Roland. Point made. Oh shit, I've got dwarves training by themselves. Oh, is that all? Aqua? Is that all? Although I also wonder what percentage of Russians also would be totally okay with just keeping the borders locked forever and forget that the other countries in the world exist. I mean, I can also see the logic in that stupidity, though. I don't see the logic in the stupidity of the world poofed into existence 5 minutes ago. Like, I could, from like a perspective of a kid who was raised religious and knew people like that, I could see the logic in that stupidity. Like, I could see how a human could come to that conclusion. I can't, however, with the world poofed into existence 5 minutes ago. 5 minutes ago, no. Satan put the yeah, no, Satan put the fossils in the ground to throw us off the scent of God, clearly. Clearly. Also, there's definitely no aliens in the universe because God wouldn't lie to us like that. God, I had that argument with another streamer once. I was playing Elite Dangerous at the time, and was just, you know, fucking flying around in space, just like scanning planets, looking for signs of life and all that fun stuff. And this person who I used to talk with quite a bit was in my chat, and he's just like, oh yeah, well, it's a pity that all of this is just stupid fantasy though. And I was like, well, what do you mean? He's like, well, aliens don't exist. I'm like, prove it. And he goes, well, God would have said so in the Bible. It's like mathematically impossible that there isn't life out there. Anyway. Like a Pluto's cave? What's a Pluto's cave? The annual tribute from Basti Pame and Nulanabo have arrived. Sorry, Stone, in advance. So what you're saying is, would those same people get vaccinated if they had access to, like, I don't know, AstraZeneca or Moderna or Pfizer? I mean, on one hand, yes, Sputnik was rushed, but on the other hand, I would still take Sputnik over nothing. Also, Sputnik is a brilliantly good name for a fucking thing like that. Oh, Plato. Plato. Plato, not Pluto. I was like, what the fuck's Plato? What the fuck's Pluto's cave? I was thinking like Walt Disney's Pluto, like the dog. And I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm gonna put that dwarf in as a tavern keeper. I have to screenshot these for Stone because he went to bed early. At least I assume he went to bed early. Said he came back from a lie down and was feeling more awake and is now being really quiet, so I'm assuming he's asleep. Day's going. I think my day's going pretty good. Chad, how's your day going? Aside from my record player kind of crapped out on me, which was a little shitty, but I get to do some diagnostics on that tonight. So, yay, stuff to do, I guess. I mean, they sound very similar. Potato, potato, Pluto, Play-Doh. It's the same thing. Hey, at least you didn't say Play-Doh, as in like the toy. The English language, it's fun, isn't it? What happened to it? Nothing. It just stopped making sounds. So I think, like, I don't know. I mean, my other one's totally fine. It's the new one that crapped out on me. So I get to poke that. And if I can't fix it, then I'm sending that shit back. Getting a replacement. Damn it. Which means worst case scenario, we just have them records for 2 weeks. But they have a phone number I can call if shit stops working, and I will just mail it back because it has a 90-day, no questions asked replacement or refund warranty. So, and you bet your ass we're still within that. So I moved my office, what? It was like the 28th, I think? Yeah, it was the 28th that I did that. So like not even 2 weeks ago. It's been like 9 days. Just blunt tools slowed you down? Now, do you mean like a hammer or do you mean like idiots? I'm curious to know what you mean by blunt tools. Where's that other human? Okay. So where's the other one then? Huh. And they just immediately left. All right. Weird. We fought Netton today, so today was pretty memorable. In fact, you know what? I'm gonna make a statue of Axon killing that Ettin. Because Axon got the kill on the Ettin. What's your favorite material? Axon. Brass. Do I have brass? I might. Oh, I went too far. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. You mean like actual, like, literal tools? Sure, if I want to very much disturb all of my dwarves. So I won't do that. I could put its skull on a statue, but... What was the name of that Etten? A-W-I-R-I. I think that was it. Yeah. Prophet Mighty, the Renowned Luxuries. Dwarves don't like looking at corpses, no. Bones are corpses. A lot of dwarves don't like looking at skulls either. So no, I will simply Atom Smash it. I mean, like, I do have the if I could butcher it, which I can't, I could put just its skull on a totem, because Forgotten Beasts, for example, you can butcher them. Just a skull, not an issue. But for an Etten, because they're technically intelligent creatures, dwarves won't butcher them. So I can't butcher it. So if I just put its corpse on a statue, or on a pedestal, yes, it will disturb the dwarves. But if I could butcher it, and then just put, like, say, the butchered skull on there, then it wouldn't be an issue. That's a completely different thing. I do actually have a corpse on a pedestal in the maze. I have the corpse of the, I have the corpse of the, why am I blanking on the name of it now? Cyclops that my other Ettins killed down in the basement. I have that thing, but that's it. So here's a question. Should I put the statue of that Etten where we killed it or in the fort? Because like I could do either. What do you guys think's better? In the fort or where we killed it? Who's making it? Clay is constructing a brass statue. I mean, they won't see it anywhere, nor will they care, because dwarves don't really care about rando statues, unless I put it in someone's bedroom. But dwarves go out to the goat pen all the time to pen and milk goats. So, yes, they'll see it out there. But we could build like a little shrine out in the goat pen. I don't know. I think it'd be cool. Make it out of gold and other things. With bars in front of it. I think we could make it cool. I think I'm gonna put it out in the goat pen. And if the statue doesn't have an image of Axon on it, then I will put an image. I will make another statue of Axon to put next to it. I think I only needed to make 2, but whatever. All right, what's on the statue? Okay. On the end is a superiorly designed image of Ahung Shark Healer, the human, and Awerthe, Prophet Mighty, the renowned luxuries, the Etten in brass by Clay. Prophet Mighty, the renowned luxuries, is striking down Ahung Shark Healer. The artwork relates to the killing of the human Ahung Shark Healer by the Etten Awarhi Prophet Mighty, the renowned luxuries in Curl Arrow in early spring of year 3. During the rampage of the Etten Awarhi, Prophet Mighty, the renowned luxuries in Curl Arrow. Curl Arrow. Okay. So we'll also make an image, a custom image, of Axon. Axon the Second, specifically. Who did the killing? Well, we know where the Etten is, because the Etten's still there. But yeah, we could totally put like a little shrine around it, make it all cool. I mean, a lot of people do things in Dwarf Fortress Aqua without really thinking about their decorations, which are often why their dwarves are very upset. Because they're like, oh, that's a cool thing, and then it
Dwarves.
depresses all of their dwarves, as Electric Soul just said. Thanks for the $1. $1 for the dwarves. $1 for the coffee fund. And maybe they'll ship the record player back to the people who made it fund. Although they'll pay for shipping, so. I guess that's not totally accurate. There's a Wolverine! Attacking my things. Chat, can I get a couple beers for Electric Soul? You already know what to do, but thank you. Also, for those of you out there who like dwarves, yesterday on my YouTube channel, I uploaded a video of me and Krug Smash having a conversation, and love him! Anyway, of me and Krug Smash having a conversation. So if you want to listen to me and Krug Smash talk about Dwarf Fortress and playing Dwarf Fortress and art and YouTube and other things for like 40 minutes, it's a pretty good video. And now I just for context, I need to refresh this page and be like, still only 1 dislike and 99.7 positive reviews. It's a pretty good ratio. I'm not gonna lie. It was awesome. I'm glad you liked it. Glad you liked it. Makes me look forward to having Tarn on the stream again, because I do really like interviewing people. Who needs a lava lamp when you have that? I mean, look at that shit. I mean, it's coming out up there, and then that's just the flow now. That's so cool looking. That is so fucking cool looking. It's so fucking cool looking. Iceland's really hot right now. Yeah, we'll make a little shrine for this. And no defenses set up? Do you have a door that you could lock your dwarves behind? Because that would be what I would do, is lock your dwarves behind a door if you can. Like if you have a tavern set up, because where creatures can't knock doors down, so if you can burrow all your dwarves behind a door, or like even just one person's bedroom, and then lock the door, you're probably okay. Also, I need to stand up. Some mic had left outside. Ah, that's fine. They'll figure it out. It's the idea in this instance is to keep the masses safe. How many dwarves I got? Or Ren? Because I have 30 dwarves, but 49, including migrants. Because I've got a bunch of merchant workers who just live here. They're not permanent residents, though. If you can get the other dwarves to run away, they might survive. Yeah. Give me a second. Just let me finish what I'm placing. Zoom pop tires gone. Spoilers are also gone. Zebra stripes are gone. Go to bed. No. Until the moon dances in the sky, transcend into pudding, floating in space. And then also space. Balls in, balls out. Donuts are not nuts. Dots are awake, so lines can be placed. Straight lines never curve. Dodge this. There you go. We're good. No. Not a single dwarf is useless. It's the wrong mindset. They are all unique individuals and have different needs and wants and desires, and are only as useful as you make them. So if they're useless, that's on you, not on them. That's on you, not on them. So don't you go calling your dwarves useless. Dwarves are the most valuable resource you get in Dwarf Fortress, and you only get so many. You do enjoy story time? I'm glad you enjoy story time. Even though it's just nonsensical nonsense. It's pretty solid leadership advice regardless. Yeah, just like real life. Like everything in Dwarf Fortress. Treat it like real life and you'll be more successful. Treat it like a management games and your dwarves will get all depressed. Of space pudding shooting a laser. I mean, what that actually was it was a room on my Discord called Add a Word Stories. It's just one of the rooms on my Discord that keeps the activity on my Discord up so that I can stay a Discord partner. Because I will be honest, my Discord server is kind of just dancing on the edge of being able to maintain Discord partner status, which, you know, gets me free mugs and free drinks at parties and other very useful features. And more accurately, it gives us HD screen sharing and other things. So, and high quality audio sharing, which is great for sharing records and such. So, I mean, my face has been in the same place it has been for a very long time. Hellhound. It's actually kind of funny when people are just like, man, I haven't seen you in a while. It's like, yeah, it's your fault, not mine. Because I've been right here. It's not like I've been gone. It's like if I took 6 months off and then came back and people were like, man, I haven't seen you in a minute, like that would make sense. But like in this instance, it's like, well, I mean, it's all on you. It is completely up to you if you don't want to watch my streams or you want to watch somebody else or you're doing other things with your life. But it's all perfectly legitimate, I should also add. But it's like I do think it's kind of funny when people are like, man, I haven't seen you in a minute. It's like, well, that's not on me. I've been in the exact same place. Well, actually, 4 meters to the left. You must give Dwarf's Fortress credit for one thing. It made you good at measuring distances and comparing lengths over distance. You've been making a very long, windy hallway. I mean, Dwarf Fortress can be good for making really cool-looking things. But that's just a little thing about Twitch and people on Twitch that I think is very funny. But it's good to see you, Hellhound. I hope you've been well, or as well as you can be. These goats are not really going to appreciate this shrine to the battle between the dwarves and the Etten, but you know what? I'll appreciate this shrine. Damn it. Uh-oh. Stone's depressed. Which squad were you in? Eternal Hammer. And you're pretty sleepy? Well, then go to sleep. Get a nap. Get a nappy in. You need to get over those mild flu symptoms or whatever the heck you got. My first shot wasn't that bad. I was kind of drowsy and had a headache all day. My second shot kicked me in the ass to the point where I straight up felt like I was dying. Like, it wasn't quite like I need to call an ambulance, but it wasn't too far off of that. Like, I was pretty close to considering it for a bit there, especially when I woke up the second morning and I couldn't stand up. It was like, I woke up and I was just like, in bed, just like petrified. I'm like, I can't lift my arms. The joint pain was so unbearable, I couldn't lift my arms. Hey, Seeker. It's good to see you. Since you tuned in, your dwarf is 6. You're 6 years old, and you're dwelling upon being nauseated by the sun. I mean, that's what you get for staying in your bedroom all day, you stupid dwarf. We fought with an Etten today, and so we're building a shrine to the battle between the Etten and the dwarf who killed it. Who was here earlier, but I think is just lurking now. I just got an email from CD Projekt Red PR saying, a new Gwent event is happening. Please give us money because Cyberpunk isn't making us all of the money. Please, we're gonna need to sell the EA games if you don't play Gwent. Yeah, no, it's not happening. So, Chad, who do you guys think's gonna buy CD Projekt Red? Microsoft? EA? Sony? Embracer Group? Who do you guys think's gonna... I think Embracer Group might buy them. I think Embracer Group might buy them because, like, they stated in their last investor meeting that they are looking to potentially sell as an option. And so they are looking for people who want to buy them. Chat, do you guys want to do a Kickstarter to raise a shit ton of money to buy CD Projekt Red? Why would Bay 12 buy CD Projekt Red? What? So probably not them. Yeah, probably not Sony. You don't fucking care. Neither do I, really. I just think it's funny. I think it's funny. It isn't just a PR move. Yeah, they don't usually state it in their investor calls unless it's something that they are actively pursuing. But yes, all big corporations are always looking to sell, but it's just funny to see that in an investor call because that is outside of the norm. Red Dead Redemption 4. That's not what CD Projekt Red makes. CD Projekt Red makes Cyberpunk and the Witcher games and Gwent. Red Dead Redemption is made by Rockstar, the Grand Theft Auto people. So. Or whatever, ask you in the future then. Asking me anything about it. Maybe don't. Although it would be really funny if EA Games bought CD Projekt Red, suddenly out of nowhere a whole bunch of people would jump to CD Projekt Red's defense and saying, "Oh no, EA Games is going to kill them." It's like, I'm pretty sure that they are doing a very good job of killing themselves. I don't think that's going to speed up that process much. I don't think that you need to be worried about that. Sure, but what you need to look at is you need to look at the, like, okay, so they got a lot of pre-order sales, right? They got a lot of, like, day one sales, but their revenue has tanked since then. And the player base of that game tanked since release. So if I quickly go, like, just for Steam and look up Cyberpunk, which is where they sold the most copies on PC, since launch, they went from 800,000 player peak down to current average player base of 9,800, which is nothing. And it's dropping by the day. They wanted Grand Theft Auto numbers. And what's the lowest point Grand Theft Auto's ever been at? On Steam, just for reference. Why did I type in Grand Theft Audio? Okay, so the lowest average player base at any point in Grand Theft Auto's history since launch, from what I could tell, is about 60,000 average. There's a few 50s, like it was in like 58,000. 42,000. That's a pretty low point right there. I mean, right after launch, they hit 25,000. Can animals turn into war beasts? Some animals can, some can't, but you can mod the game to make anything into a war creature if you want. Grand Theft Audio? Grand Theft Audio, a game about running Napster? You just have to run Napster and not get, like, sued by Metallica. That's the whole game. Be Napster and don't get sued by Metallica. I mean, yeah, I guess you could do War Tortoises if you really wanted. I'm assuming they meant war. Oh, can animals turn into were beasts? As in, like, W-E-R-E, not where as in wearing somebody? Because, no, they can't. They cannot get twisted into humanoid form, if that's what you're concerned about. No, it's a god curse that can only happen on sentient beings. And even that, not all sentient beings. I mean, if you wanted war sheep, you could have war sheep. If you want, like, war unicorns, you could do that. But like I said, you'd have to mod the game. War donkeys. War pigs. You wear sheep, you don't war sheep. Yeah, exactly. Once again, can I say that I speak for us all when I say fuck the English language? Just, like, seriously, fuck the English language. Stupid goddamn language. You know, it's funny. I scrolled down on Twitch just to see who's live, who I'm following. And someone I know is streaming Cyberpunk 2077 for the first time today. He's like, first playthrough of Cyberpunk 2077 day one. And all I see is, like, the not like this icon for, like, the stream disconnect thing. So it's like, this stream is disconnected. He's streaming it for the first time. I think that that's really funny. Like, I genuinely think that that is really funny. Like, maybe I'm just mean, but that's really funny. Yeah, if you mean where, I mean it needs sentience. Yeah, it needs sentience and it needs culture. and no livestock don't have culture. So no, I think you're good. If you're concerned about what we think you're concerned about. So this is a little shrine made of nothing but precious metals. Assuming we're counting brass as a precious metal. It's more of an alloy. But... Also, Rad Kami, what's up? It's good to see you. What sheep? Where sheep? Where sheep? What sheep? Why sheep? Who sheep? That sheep. And don't forget, if you shear sheep and spin it, then you can wear sheep. It's not confusing at all. This is one of those which is which situations. Which, where, which is which. Not to be confused with a lich. Brass is kind of cool. It's shiny. Yeah, and fuck the brass section. Fucking loud. One sheep, two sheep, three sheep, sleep, sleep, sleep. No. No. Counting sheep doesn't help me sleep. People always, like, will tell you to do that, but I don't know. Chad, have you ever, like, had problems with that where people are just like, oh, just count sheep, and you're like, fuck you and your stupid wives' tales. Literally never helped me sleep. It distracts my brain, and then I think about other things. It's like when I try to focus on counting something, it's like the equivalent of like giving my brain caffeine. It's like, must keep counting sheep. You were in the brass section? No, fuck the brass section. I was a cello player when I played in an orchestra, and brass was right fucking behind me. So I'm sitting there just like playing my cello, just playing my cello, doing my thing, and I can't hear myself think because of this fucking French horn right behind me, or this fucking trombone, or this goddamn trumpet, like right goddamn behind me. How the fuck am I supposed to hear myself think, or let alone like keep up with what I'm supposed to be playing when this guy behind me is just going blah behind me? Like, fuck the brass. Fuck the brass. Fuck the brass. Fuck the brass. You haven't had a good night's sleep in God knows how long. I get good night's sleeps when I'm tired. I'm just not usually tired enough. That's the problem. So yeah, that's why I have beef against brass. As a cellist, fuck the brass. Brass number loud, definitely not number one. The trumpet. I mean, you do what makes you happy, boo. I had a pretty good day's sleep when I got the second COVID vaccine. I didn't sleep well that night, but I definitely I slept from about 8 p.m. until about 2:30 in the afternoon. Although I woke up constantly in between and felt really unpleasant and sticky and gross and icky and not good. But like... I had a sparring session. How pleasurable. But like the rest of the time, it's like, no. Absolutely not. I occasionally will have a good night's sleep, but usually I wake up and I feel worse than I felt when I went to bed, but that's just part of having a body that doesn't really work properly. "19th of February. That's amazing that you know the actual date. Last time you had a good night's sleep? Was there like reason for the specific situation that gave you such a good night's sleep? It's the last time you were stoned. Yeah, being stoned will sometimes help, but I get to a point sometimes where it's like the anxiety gets so bad when I'm not stoned that if I'm not stoned, I just can't sleep, period. So I ended up falling asleep in the middle of a conversation. That sounds lovely. I'm not gonna lie, that sounds lovely. There we go. They'll just mine out all of that. So you just don't? Sometimes I need to. Usually I don't need to, but sometimes I need to. Although relying on anything for sleep is generally a no-no. Weed, pills, I don't know. Doesn't matter what it is. I don't like relying on anything for sleep, but I don't always have the option. Let's just have another way down. There we go. Now we have an alternate way down. In case I fuck up somewhere. You were prescribed a sleep aid by a doctor? Hey, if it works. You know what's weird? Like, okay, so if I drink alcohol, I'm very rarely hungover in the morning. Sometimes I'll sleep in, but I'm very rarely hungover. Wave depletion. If I smoke weed in the evening, I almost never, unless I smoke like right before I go to bed, I almost never have any side effects in the morning. I take melatonin, I feel like I'm gonna fucking die the next day. I don't know what it is, but it's like I take melatonin and I just wake up groggy and I feel like garbage. I don't know why it is and I hate it. But it's, man. Melatonin is bad for me. My body just hates it. Hates it. We'll see you later, Aquasar. Yeah, it's like my ex used to always just like take a melatonin before bed and like never have any problems in the morning. And she'd just like lie down and just right out. Just conk out immediately when she took it. And if she didn't, then she'd have a hard time sleeping. But like, for me, it's like, man, I take a melatonin and I want to die. Oh, so you have to like build up a tolerance for it? I mean, that's like its own set of worms, right? Messed your sleep schedule up? Pfft, messed up sleep schedules. Yeah, I don't know. I think that my bigger issue isn't actually going to sleep. Often it's waking up. So that's like it's especially like with type 1 diabetes, it's very difficult sometimes to get out of bed. Just due to fluctuating blood sugars and whatnot. It can be very difficult at times to like actually just get out of bed. Because you had a doctor's appointment today and your doc got sick with COVID. Oh my God. I mean, you shouldn't delay vaccines, but I'm glad that you came around on that. Because delaying vaccines, especially if you have access to that shit, is like the most selfish thing you can do. Because then you have the potential of giving it to somebody else who's at higher risk. Like that's what I try and convince people. Like whenever I run into people who are just like, oh, I'm like not gonna get vaccinated for X amount of time or whatever, or until this happens, like all I can say is like that's extremely selfish. Hi, stupid. What's up? It's good to see you. Yay! Sock smell has given birth to a boy. We have a brand new baby boy. Chat, does anybody want to be the brand new baby boy in Longdeath. If you've never had a dwarf in Longdeath, that's best, but I'm also willing to rename people. And you have you had a dwarf yet, Beer Manier? I don't think you have. I know Whitcoat has. So this would be Beer Manier the first. He is the son of Socksmell and Aquasar, and he is a casual worshiper of the god of disease and decay and Onal. I can't remember what Onal is. Which one was Onal? God of mountains, female great horned owl deity, and then this one is the death and disease. Well, I was close. Disease and decay. Takes the form of a skeletal dwarf. So you worship a skeletal dwarf and an owl, which is metal as shit, by the way. His medium-length sideburns are neatly combed. His extremely long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is arranged in double braids, and his very long and his medium-length hair is neatly combed. He has a jutting chin, and his teeth are tangled. His somewhat broad ears are flattened, and his tall head is extremely narrow. His eyelashes are extremely long, and his cobalt eyes are slightly rounded. His hair is a crew, and his skin is sandy taupe. He personally doesn't care if others take the time to master skills, and doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship, and dreams of creating a great work of art. Has a strong sense of duty and is single-minded. He is trusting and is quite polite. He is friendly. He is a friendly individual and has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others. Welcome to the Fortress, Beer Manier the First, the brand new babby. Ooh. Hopefully you will live a long days in Longdeath. Meaning we're now up to 31 actual population. And back into the realm of being able to have Ettins and giants and shit show up. And dragons and all that fun stuff. Although, truthfully, chat, I kind of hope no dragons show up. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to set up some more traps. Just in front of all of these. Just, you know, just in case. Just in case, because now I'm like suddenly kind of worried. Actually, you know what? I'll put these just inside. I mean, as somebody who is immunocompromised, Radcomi, and I feel this way about just normal, like, annual flu vaccines. People who refuse to get vaccinated, especially people who are healthy and refuse to get vaccinated, are a danger to my well-being. Previously, they were a danger to my sister's well-being, but since I got diagnosed with type 1, it's also a danger to my well-being. Because if I get the normal-ass annual flu, that is enough to put me in hospital normally, potentially, right? Not necessarily, but potentially. And so with things like COVID vaccine, it's like that, but more extreme. So literally the only way I see it is it's like, oh, you're willingly putting other people around you at risk if you don't go get your annual flu vaccine. It's not about you. It's not about your own safety. It's not about your ability to get over it. It's not about keeping yourself safe. It's about keeping the 50 people that you walk past a day safe. And that's just how I see it. You know, like, you can look at it however you want, you know. People can just not get vaccinated if that's what makes them happy in life, but that's how I see it, and that's why I take offense when people are just like, oh, I don't want to get vaccinated. It's like, well, from my point of view, that's extremely selfish. So, it's good that you came around. But I do understand the need to feel skeptical about stuff like that. It doesn't change the fact that it's frustrating. So, yeah, that's kind of my 2 cents on that subject. Okay, so we're making mechanisms, getting some more cage traps built. No, totally. I mean, that's also a very real fact, right? Especially like it, or even another thing to think about. It's like if you are privileged enough to be in a country right now that has active access to magazines, what? Vaccines. That's another thing. It's like you just having access to that stuff is a privilege already. A lot of people don't even have access to that. So it's something that, I don't know, it's just food for thought, really. It's just food for thought. I mean, realistically, most people watching this stream probably are healthy enough that if you were to get, you know, the annual flu or the or COVID or anything else like that, or a cold, you'll just be fine. You'll be fine. You'll be totally fine. Like, it's a non-issue, right, for most people. But, like, at the same time, it's not about you. And I really wish that's what they used for marketing. It's like, it's not about you. It's about the people around you. It's not for you. It's not about you. It's about the safety that you're denying other people. Did I make the wrong type of trap? Cage trap, cage, no, those are all cage traps. Why'd that one go gray? Only once? Really? Man, you're lucky. I got the flu a good number of times when I was a child. I mean, that's American culture for you. Memo for the record. You know, like that is the culture of the USA, is me, I, and me first. If it isn't hurting me, then it's obviously not hurting other people. That is American culture. In a lot of cases. Me, myself, and I. Fuck the bottom feeders. Well, that's why Beer Minears said that they're getting a vaccine, is because they are certain that they will survive, but other people won't. I think you missed the other half of that. I guess. Which will be 3 months at best. Yeah. I mean, people my age are like getting their first shots now here where I live. So people my age are getting their first shots now, meaning it'll still probably be another 2 to 3 months before people my age have their second shots, most likely. Yeah, my parents got their first shots like 2 weeks ago. Also, totally different side tangent. I started watching Fargo last night. I'm halfway through the first season of Fargo. Really good show. Really, really, really good show. Very much enjoying that show. Why didn't I watch Fargo sooner? God damn it. You have friends that are allergic to the vaccine? Really? I wonder what allergy it is that causes that. Never heard of it? What's it about? It's on Netflix. Middle America. And crime. And, like... It's one of the... It's a crime show that feels kind of like you're watching Twin Peaks. So everything feels kind of off. Like, I'm not very far into it, so if you've seen the show, please don't spoil it, because I'm very not knowledgeable about that show. But I'll put it this way. It's one of those shows where if it suddenly went supernatural, I wouldn't be surprised. It's one of those shows where it's like it's a crime show and everything feels a little weird. I mean, I've said this many times, Memo for the record, if I didn't have socialized health care, I wouldn't be able to stream full time. Because I would have to go get a job with insurance because of how expensive all of my like daily survival medicine is in the States if I didn't have basic insurance. Yeah, I'm Canadian, so I am so my politics, in a nutshell, take away your fucking guns and give everybody socialized health care. Also, if we can get universal income while we're at it, that would be a bonus. That's me. Which, you know, if you don't agree with that, that's fine. Please don't argue with me. I'm not changing my mind. Unless you happen to, like, you know, live in fucking Alaska or, like, northern Canada, in which case, yeah, you can have a rifle because, like, bears are scary. I've been charged by a bear because I'm also Canadian. I don't even know who that is. Ultimate. I don't even know who that is. Also, stop driving diesel trucks for the love of Christ. My bot says they're disconnected from the chat. Bot, are you okay? Yes, bot is okay. Why does it say you're disconnected from the chat? Because you're not. Now it says you're connected. I mean, why would I be a fan of a American politician? Why do I care? Freskins, what's up? No, I worry about my local politics and my country's politics. I don't worry about America's politics. Every now and again, I look at what America's doing and just kind of facepalm and then stop looking at what America's doing to worry about what my country is doing. You know, the word fan is derived from the term fanatic, which is not generally considered to be a flattering term. I will say, though, I did enjoy watching a bunch of American politicians play fucking Among Us on Twitch. That was entertaining. That was very entertaining, but that was just entertaining for the same like reason that Saturday Night Live is entertaining. This 5 says this system to the customer. Wait, what? Hold on a second. Why has it been your longest day ever, Freskins? And how long has it been? I will never describe myself as a fan of any American politician. I might be interested in what they have to say, but I will never describe myself as a fan. And I also don't generally pay attention to American politics because when I do, it hurts my brain. So I try not to. Like, I'm aware of, like, the broader strokes of what America is doing because I should be, like, you know, generally informed, but I don't fucking care who hasn't been elected or who isn't in office or who's sitting in some small jurisdiction in wherever. Like, that doesn't matter for me. So that's kind of my statement on that. Around 19 hours ago, so you're on a 19-hour day? That's a pretty long day. Yeah, I can associate with that. We killed a Netton today. A Netton showed up, so I've made this shrine to it. You don't follow any politics? No, that is stupid. You should follow politics because you should be informed at the very least about your local politics. People who don't follow any politics, I lose respect for. You should follow politics, but you also shouldn't be a fanatic about politics. Being a zealous fan of something like that is very silly. In Soviet Russia, politics follows you? Is that what you're saying, Memo? Enough to be slightly confused by it? I follow my local politics extremely closely, and then I follow world politics just passively enough to know what's going on. But that's about it. Depends on the news that you're looking at. I mean, the BBC World Service, which I use for my international politics, like, you know, talks about what the States is doing, but they don't talk about what random small senators are talking about. They talk about broad strokes, which is what I need to pay attention to. So yeah, I know what's going on in America, but I don't read every single little news article about the States because frankly, I don't care. Like literally, like that's the situation. Is it's like I don't care. I guess the only thing that you said that I was perplexed by was the are you a fan of insert politician, American politician here? That's a stupid thing for a Canadian to be. Unless I'm like some sort of weird American fetishist, and trust me, Canadians like that exist. People around the world like that exist. We had one elected as prime minister for a bit, Stephen Harper. So like, trust me, like there are people in Canada who act like that, but I'm not one of them. I care about Canada and how Canada relates to the world and what I can do as a Canadian to make the rest of the world better, not the other way around. Do fortifications allow arrows to pass through diagonally? Yes. Yeah, well, nobody knows the Canadian politicians that are promoting UBI. So. But I don't know. Here we are talking about politics again. Shit. I upset. Oh, man. So my captain of the guard has been sentenced to 85 days in prison because I didn't make enough ballista arrows. Do I appoint somebody else to the job to put Goffer in prison for the 85 days? Or do I just not appoint anybody else to the job and Goffer won't put himself in prison? Because I could just leave him out. Goffer don't care. It's midwinter. No demands. Let's hang out in the celebration screen. He will not arrest himself, no. All you know about Canada is the Corner Gas show. Fucking somebody else knows. Everybody asks if Canada's just like Letterkenny. I'm like, I don't know what the fuck a Letterkenny is, but no, Corner Gas is actually a really good representation of one specific part of Canada. It's like a very, very accurate to small town Canada. Extremely accurate. Celebration, bro. Yeah, they're only allowed to go to the temple, the library, the tavern, and their bedrooms. That's it. Temple, library, taverns, and bedrooms. Oh, also the food stockpile, the restock food. That's it. So they just hang out and drink and make merry. It keeps them out of the snowstorms, basically. But another show that you can watch, Ren, if you want to learn more about, like, if you want to learn about the rednecks in Canada that are close to me, watch Rust Valley Restorers on Netflix. I think it's on international Netflix. Like, I know somebody was saying that it's on UK Netflix too, so. You're buying a book and the paperback is $19.99 with a free ebook, and the ebook alone costs $19.99. What? What book? Oh, speaking of books, when my dad was over here on the 4th, I showed him Tarn Adams' book, and he read the foreword in it, went home, and then bought the book. And my dad doesn't play video games, has no idea what a roguelike is, knows very little about procedural generation or any of that shit, and literally went home and bought it. Post-capitalist features political economy beyond crisis and hope. That sounds like my nightmares, but I hope you enjoyed the book. That is weird, though, that the ebook alone costs $19.99. I guess it's like saying fuck you to minimalists who don't have a bookshelf, basically. That is weird. I guess you just buy the paperback and then give the paperback to a used bookstore. That's what I would do. Like, just buy the paperback and then give the paperback to a used bookstore. You get the paper for free. Yeah, it's free paper. It's like for taking notes. Yeah, you take notes on the paper and read the ebook. There you go. Perfect. I mean, I don't know. That's bizarre. That is bizarre. Wait, really? What, like into school or like into work? Like what? Into home. Why? Just because minimalism or like what? That seems wild. I mean, I have pretty strict rulings on how much I'm allowed to own for myself. Like I'm very good at like getting rid of things that I don't need or want. But that's odd. But I mean, not being able to own any, I think, is the weird thing. Like having a small collection of rotating books that changes, like that you cycle through, makes sense to me. But books have been labeled as weapons of mass destruction by the U.S. government. I can't tell if that's sarcasm or a legitimate statement, memo for the record. I genuinely cannot tell. But the winky face leads me to believe that it's a sarcasm. Depends on the book, I don't know. The Tome of Scientology might not be too far off of that. That's just a very accurate scamming novel. You own like three homes worth of stuff in a single house. Sounds like you need to do some downsizing. No, we got a tantrum. A lot of these merchants are causing me problems. Just get out of the fortress. I don't even care. I mean, I have one shelf, and it's mostly filled with records, and then I have some storage in my couch, which has a few more books in it. But that's basically it. Atom Bomb Making 101. Wouldn't it be the Anarchist's Handbook I could see being banned, which is literally just like how to make a pipe bomb, the book? It's just like designs and schematics for making like homemade explosives. Which was like the book that the Unabomber used and a bunch of other like famous Western terrorists used. What, the Anarchist's Handbook? Did Ted not use that book? I thought that he did. Okay. I know that the Mormon bombings used the Anarchist's Handbook. There's quite a few examples of people that use that. But thanks for the 99 cents. Cheers, H2O. Cheers. I don't know. I'm probably wrong with who actually used it, but I know for a fact it's been used a couple of times. It's a scary book. A friend of mine used to own it, actually. I hate this. I hate this is all I want for Christmas, but it's Longdeath and a gremlin. I hate it. Yes, but I still hate it. I still hate it. I mean, if you want to learn how to if you want to learn how to fight a modern military or how to build a bomb, go to fucking Wikipedia. There you go. Also, please don't build a bomb. Thank you. Bombers have traditionally found out how to make bombs by reading obscure books, such as the Anarchist Cookbook, not the Anarchist Handbook, yeah. Or from military manuals picked up at gun shows. This guy isn't doing that, said Richard Strobel, an explosives expert on the Bureau of Alcohol and Tobacco and Firearms, and it's coming out of his own head. Huh. Well, that's... I don't remember reading that bit, but I believe you. Simplex has given birth to a girl after beating the shit out of a dwarf. Does anybody want to be a brand new baby girl in Longdeath? Which is quite the sight to see. 2 kids in 1 season. 2 different families in 1 season. Got to get a band together and perform it? Nah, maybe I'll do it as a charity thing on Christmas. He was a victim of the CIA MK Ultra. Now, I did know that. That I did know. That I did know. That the Unabomber was a victim of an MK Ultra thing. That would be Bastet the Third, yeah? I think 3. Daughter of Simplex and Vinsati the Second. Is victim the right word? Of MK Ultra? I would say victim, yeah. I'm just wondering if there's any relation to their Bastets. No. She was born today, which makes her very young indeed. Her hair is clean shaven and her slightly sunken cobalt eyes are slightly close set. Her eyelashes are quite long and her hair is ecru and her skin is sandy taupe. Her ears are free-lobed. I know a little bit about MK Ultra from a documentary series that I watched. So I would also kind of agree that it is a hard yes. That yes, he was a victim. But unfortunately, in a lot of these instances of people doing terrible things, it's instigated by things that happened to them in a lot of cases. So it's not too uncommon for that to be a thing. I know a bit about it. So do you know a lot or a bit? A bit about it? Which one is it? That's why you have the memo for the record. What memos do you specialize in? I mean, I tend to just watch documentaries and news reports outside of that. My back's sore today, apparently. Also searching how to make a bomb set off flags on your account, so don't ask Alexa or Siri. Here's the thing. I'm on a lot of weird lists because I'm that person who will Google weird shit like that at 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm the person who'll be like, how do you make a pipe bomb? And then like look it up and look up all the ingredients and like how to buy them and then be like, huh, interesting. Close it and go to bed. Never actually do it. But I will read that stuff because I find that stuff interesting. I mean, now we're just like beyond my ability to talk about stuff because this is out of my realm of any expertise or research. Memo. I'm pretty sure I remember how to make black powder. I learned how to make fucking black powder in Scouts. Scouts. I made black powder in Scouts, dude. I made fucking like smoke bombs in Scouts too. It was fun. I will just go out on a limb here and say, Memo, I'm okay. But thank you for that. I'm okay. I feel like I'm pretty well informed already with what you're talking about from other sources. I'd probably just use that as their main source, but frankly, I have no faith in society already. I don't need less currently. Stuff it in a pipe. I mean, I did that, but with beer cans. No, all you need is love. Get it right. Come on. No. All you need is love. Not one episode of Star Trek with Kurt bottled Gorn? Rattled the Gorn? Maybe? I'm trying to like remember what happened in that episode because it's been a long time. But I know what episode you're talking about. Damn, 2 babies today? Dwarves are doing good. Also, Chico grew up. Also, Chad, I feel like you guys are going to get me in trouble with all of the bomb-making subjects, so can we, like, not? Please understand. 2 new babies, yeah. We just got a brand new one, and we had another one already. 2 babies today. 2! I have a friend who almost lost a finger fucking around with fireworks like that, cutting them open and putting them into things. On the topic of being a stupid child, though, I used to set ants on fire with my glasses because this lens is just a magnifying glass. That's all that this lens is. Because this lens is like a normal, like, yo, I'm fucking nearsighted as hell lens. And then this one is just a magnifying glass to make this eye not look fucked up because it looks fucked up. It still looks fucked up. It just looks less fucked up. So I can use my glasses to set things on fire. Basically, I can survive it as long as there's sun. I can make a campfire. Doesn't matter where I am. As long as there's sun, I can set something on fire. I could probably start a forest fire with my glasses. Probably. I won't, because that would be stupid, but, like, I could. I mean, he was definitely very bright for a second after hitting it with a hammer. I'm unleashing my pyromancer ability. Yes, I am a pyromancer. I have a magnifying glass with me wherever I go. I should not have said that. Why shouldn't I have said that? I don't regret anything I've talked about today, except for maybe bringing up CIA shit, because I don't really want that in my chat, but it's besides the point. I mean, there's like a point with there's a point where conspiracy theories are fun, and then there's a point where it just gets dark, and we went way over the dark line for a minute there. It's like, okay, this is no longer like making fun of flat earthers. Like, we need to stop. Are they dancing? No, they're just doing fancy meditations. And I'd just rather avoid the way beyond the dark point, you know? That's all. That's all. CIA is fucked up. Yeah, well, I don't know. I've been like, it's mostly my own bad. I've been poking the beast with like politics and shit all day, so. Which means one thing. It just means I'm in a good mood. Like when I push chat and stuff like that, it just means I'm in a good mood. So it's not entirely a bad thing. I do like the concept of me being a pyromancer, though. I do quite like that. Also, check that out. Look at that shit. Man, Volcano got pretty again. Like, seriously. Volcano got pretty again. I'm glad that they got that better camera, because holy shit. It is worth it. Late winter, 25th of Obsidian. Near 243. It looks very warm. Lots of lava. I'm amazed by how close people are standing to that damn thing. Only Volcano? Wait, what do you mean? I don't know what joke only been Volcano is. I don't get the punchlines. Because you didn't have enough molds. You spilled aluminum everywhere. Yeah, we had that argument the other day as to whether or not aluminum counts as magma. Did we ever like figure out whether or not melted aluminum counts as lava? Because there is aluminum in lava, but there's, you know, it's. Did we ever figure out that argument? We said no, it doesn't? Okay. Couldn't remember. I could not remember. Chat, it's 2:15 p.m. and I'm hungry. I'm gonna go get lunch. You guys can hang out in the tavern with my dwarves. Hopefully they behave themselves. They should. To anybody who happens to have sound commands out there in the chat, if you guys could use some sound commands to entertain the chat room. If you don't, that's fine too. And could I get a big round of beers? I will be back in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere too fast unless you really want to. But I'm just gonna go eat a sandwich. Back in a couple minutes. BRB. I have an answer for your question of who the fuck lets an 11-year-old build a forge. Cool parents. That's who. Cool parents let an 11-year-old build a forge. And the spring has arrived. And thus so have the humans, who are walking very, very slowly behind my camera. But yeah, cool parents let an 11-year-old build a forge. Oh, you know how we were talking earlier about landlines? My internet provider is telling me that if I pay for a $95 a month TV package, which will increase the price of my internet by $30 a month, if I get it bundled with my internet, or just get the TV for $95 a month on 2 and 3 year plans, then I get free phone. So that's why I don't have a landline phone. It's because in order to get phone for free, I have to pay more. No. Otherwise, I just already have one because they just give it to me for free, you know? Because I have no desire to have cable TV. Excuse me. Jesus. TV's so bad? Well, I'm just really happy I don't watch football. Because TV is the easiest way to watch, like, football. Oh, Jesus. Help. Yeah. Someone's got to, Beerman here. God. Yeah. Ay. On your phone for free? I mean, I probably could too with the VPN. Not in Canada, though. Not in Canada. Some of the games are free. Not every game for every team. God. I feel another one coming, so I'm like bracing for it. You know when you like can feel a sneeze coming and you just like brace? Good fucking God. Yes, but not for all games, but that's besides the point. At least not here for all games. But I also don't watch NFL, so I don't give a shit. I also don't own a TV, so getting cable would be really redundant. Honestly, getting rid of my TV was kind of liberating. I just watch movies on my phone anyway, so it doesn't really matter. I don't need the TV. Jeez. Those humans are taking forever because the elves have arrived. It's been 9 days that they've been trudging into the fortress. Hey, Squug. Did you finish all of those new missions already? For Brigador? Are they a pain in the dick? Or are they, like, pretty chill? Because I haven't even launched them. I just went and bought all of the stuff because bearable. Yeah. I just bought all of the stuff. Although I could because I still haven't done closed casket special now. But there's a that new vehicle. Well, not new. There's the Leviathan is now playable, which will probably make closed casket special not a lot easier, but easier-ish. Actually, you know what? Nah, I don't want to do that. I think it's clothing season. You did them with Z Prime. Okay, big vehicle. One lead cage and a tame hedgehog. All right, they brought us a lead cage and a hedgehog. You gotta make sure the hedgehog don't run away, so. It's almost 12, gonna go catch a couple Z's. I mean, bring a net. That can be hard to catch sometimes. I will do my best to take care of your dwarf. I don't know. I guess I'm just debating as to whether or not I want to stream that or just play it off stream. Squog. Depends on how restart heavy it is. Like if they're doable, then I'll just play it. But like that game gets hard. Brigador, the big robot game with the good soundtrack. But all of the new achievements are super rare now, which is kind of fun. Like buy everything is a 0.1% achievement. I mean, it'll get less rare over time, but I just think it's funny that it's suddenly a super goddamn rare achievement. All right, let's trade with these elves. So, are you still at work, Freskins, or are you at home now? Because the game's been out since 2016? Probably, but it's also like there's a lot of really rare achievements, and there's a lot of people who don't care about achievements. And things like buy everything achievements are like, if people aren't going for them, they're going to remain rare. So, I mean, there was a lot of people playing Brigador yesterday. Valid point, Freskins. Valid point. Yeah, I mean, like, there's 300 people playing Brigador right now, which is their highest player count since Mandalore reviewed it. They had 594, or no, 458 people playing in the last 2 days, which is a lot more than the, like, 30 that were playing that game a while ago. Haven't been to your office in over a year? I mean, that seems like a net positive for everybody involved, I'm not gonna lie. Everything just dies instantly, so okay, fair enough. Eh, maybe I'll do those tonight. They smell pretty bad. It's funny because like my need to shower and smell nice is way lower when I just stay home and not go anywhere for like days, and then I'll have to go to the grocery store. I'm like, fuck, I guess I should shower. I don't know, I'm getting better at it again, but there were a few points during the pandemic where it's like, shit, I haven't showered in a week. Should probably do that. I mean, there's a pretty good quote in the You go bath daily. I only take baths when I'm stoned. The rest of the time, it's just shower. But if I'm really high, I'll take a bath. But that's more just because I want something to do. And I'm bored. It's like, yeah, I'll take a bath. Why not? That sounds lovely. You didn't exclude that. Neither was I. Oh, okay, right. Of course you can't trade. Let me turn this off. Duh. And then after that, you have to go back to work, I guess. Also, Pfizered. That's funny. You're getting Pfizered. November, you think, is the current recommendation that you follow? That seems like a pretty reasonable timeline to me. Fluffy Wambler, an Echidna, Cardinal. Nothing else. Yeah, that seems reasonable. November seems like a reasonable time to go back to an office. Chico's dwarf has finally grown up, which is nice to see. My phone is ringing. Hold up. It's a weird phone call. It was a local phone call, local phone number. Otherwise, I wouldn't have picked it up. But it just made a tick, 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 and then it shut off. Do you ever get the feeling that you're just like, I feel like I just heard a bomb explode? That's what I felt like. It was literally just a tick, 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 and then it just shut off. Weird. It could have also just been like static or like the phone disconnecting, but it kind of sounded like a bomb. And that's why you made the script thingy? Oh, definitely. But like, I'm also not a nerd to that caliber, so I can't just make a script to stop phones from doing that. I always just assume it's a doctor because I get calls from random fucking doctors all the time that are like, so we got the reports back on your this thing and the this thing and this thing. It's like, your nerd status was undercover. You're in my chat. Busted. Done. Sorry, but it's not possible. If you're in my chat, you're certified nerd. Can confirm. Speaking of nerds, hi, Saichi. I don't see Das Valdez emotes in my chat often enough these days. He used to raid me back in the day when I did a lot of Planet Coaster stuff. I kind of miss Das. Das is like the only streamer, or one of the few streamers I look forward to seeing at conventions now, who I don't interact with a lot outside of conventions. I always go to dinner with the Kerbal guys. At least once. Him, EJ, those dudes. Yeah, he does all the SpaceX launches. I'm well aware of what he does. I have no interest in watching rockets take off. Because I'm a boring person. I'd rather watch volcanoes. Last time I saw DOS was PAX West 2019, I think. Yes. Seattle 2019 was the last time I saw DOS. And he was extremely fucking happy because he just played Kerbal 2. Or just seen a demo of Kerbal 2. You're boring too, but rockets are fun. Yeah. I thought that I was very into watching the rockets that SpaceX was doing when, like, right around the time, the first time they were taking off and launching, and now it's just routine to me. It's like, oh, it's just the same thing. So I certainly don't care to watch it live, but, you know, I'll watch the reruns later. I'm that kind of person now. It's like, I don't need to see it live. Like, rockets are kind of fun, sure, but, eh. Outside of that, it's like, I feel like I've seen it now. It's just always the same. It's just more of the same. Okay, what's that? What is contourization? Time to Google. Contourization. It's a medical practice or technique of... Oh, it's cauterization. I'm an idiot. Okay. So they're talking about cauterizing wounds. Huh. Rockets built out of grain silos. Now, see, that I would be interested in. Rockets built out of grain silos? That I would be interested in. Or, like, I would totally watch a live stream of that flat earther and I think he ended up dying, unfortunately, but that flat earther who tried to launch himself into orbit with a steam-powered rocket. Like, I would have watched a live stream of that. But, I don't know, SpaceX knows what they're doing, so that's no fun. Yeah, he died, unfortunately, but I absolutely would have watched a live stream of that. Don't count endangered animals, you'll run out. Ouch. How you doing, Armor? Those things. It's time to do clothing. Hey, CCX. For a second there, I thought you were the same person as Craze, because your name is the same color and almost the same length. And starts with a C. You have a doppelganger. Yeah, I mean, you are a unique individual, but your name is almost the same number of characters. It's been a long time since you peaked at Longdeath. Oh, Longdeath is pretty good. Longdeath is pretty good. We had 2 babies today. We killed a Netton today, so I made a big old shrine for it. Probably gonna do another 20 minutes Longdeath, and then I think we'll swap games. I'm kind of debating on what I want to play as second game today, but kind of debating. So maybe we'll do a poll. I don't know. Home from work? Good shit. So home? When do you travel next? Sorry, just moving my floor mat because I'm standing. It wasn't far enough to the left. Next week? Gotcha. Hey, at least you get to be home for a bit. That means you get to, you know, hang out and watch streams and get away with shit. And have a puppy to pet, I think. I think you live with a dog, don't you? San Jose? Man, last time I was in San Jose was TwitchCon. And I got to drive around in Elon Musk's car. True story. Test. Toast. Oh, no. Oh, I see. You're now a slightly different shade of coloring. I see it. You're closer to audio's color now. There you go. What year is Longdeath up to? We are currently in year 244, meaning the fortress is 239 years old. 239. We started today in 237. But frankly, I think we're making pretty okay progress. Pretty okay progress. Ah, okay. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Can anyone direct you to some tutorials for some more advanced / new DF topics? You learn to play in 09, but everything that's been released after is foreign to you. I mean, I would just play and read through with the getting started guide on the wiki. That's literally that's what I would do, is just install it the way that you did back in the day and just follow along with the wiki. Like, I'm trying to think like major differences that you need to worry about are stress and taverns, but all of that stuff is covered in the getting started guide on the wiki. Yeah, like wait, what hasn't changed since 2009? It's like the what's the population of the fortress? 32 currently, although including migrants 50. Yeah, I mean that's all I would do. I mean, like, if you learn to play the game in 09, you can learn again. I'm trying to think like what would like there really isn't a lot of like tutorials specifically on advanced topics, because everybody just does beginner's guide tutorial, right? I mean, like, taverns are new, libraries would be new, guild halls are new, moods are new, thought is new, like, creature intelligence is new, the necromancer creatures are new. Yeah, I'm kind of with Largas. Like, just like, yeah, just follow along with the wiki, and whenever you run into something that's new, just search it up on the wiki. Like, if you learned the game once before, like, it's not like, to give you an idea, a friend of mine, Belliner, hadn't played since 2014, and he streamed the game early last year, and it was like an hour of him fucking around with hotkeys and like staring at the wiki, and he was basically just back on it in no time. So, yeah, like if you get confused, just like ask questions in a Discord. Like, I think that's probably the main thing that would have changed since 09. Is like, if anything, learning DF is far easier now than it was in 09, because like, just ask somebody. But like, if you need like video tutorials or something, Salford Sal probably makes some of the best stuff up there, and there's a few advanced tutorials that actually have come out recently from like kind of random people who haven't really done much outside of that. So it's like Salford Sal on YouTube specifically, if you want more the most current tutorials. Yeah, but outside of that, like, I don't know, pop into my Discord, or now also the Kit Fox Games Discord that has a really good Dwarf Fortress room, because they're publishing the Steam and itch.io versions. But like my Discord and those Discords have people that can immediately help. It's like riding a bike. I've heard that from a lot of people. Yeah, it's like if you've learned to type once, you can remember how to type later, right? And it's very similar to typing. It's mostly just the hotkeys. It's mostly just the hotkeys. I think like the hardest thing to probably wrap your mind around now would probably be the moods, but even that, like, stress has been completely nerfed since the last patch, so now is probably like the best time to like relearn the game if you haven't learned since before stress was in. And like, I don't know, don't worry about noise pollution, and people will tell you to worry about noise pollution, but don't worry about noise pollution because it's also been nerfed into oblivion. You found a keyboard, and it's your type? Well, that's good. You definitely want keyboards to be your type. I really, 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 really like the keyboard I have. I don't even think you guys can see it on this camera, really, but... No, it's just black, but... I'd need to change the filtering on this camera so that you guys could see it. but it's a nice. It's just the fucking Cooler Master keys, but it's the basic one that has no backlighting whatsoever, and they don't actually make it anymore. I can't find it. And it was super cheap, and it's got nice switches in it. Cherry Browns, hell yeah. No. Because they aren't like greens or blues. And even then, their kids screaming upstairs is definitely louder than my keyboard. Also, have you seen how much fucking sound dampening I have in here? I mean, like, I don't have any on the ceiling, but I've thought about it. Kobolds stole your buckets? Well, as long as they didn't steal your baby. Also, investments are open. Now, my ex-girlfriend, yeah, she was definitely annoyed by my keyboard. But,
Gems for the dwarves.
cheers for the $1. Thank you. Let me, what, purple spinels, I think? Trying to think, what kind of purple gems are there in DF? Interesting. Getting a split layout with them. I don't know. I quite like MX Cherry Browns. They're like not obnoxiously loud. Actually, to be specific, my ex didn't mind this keyboard with the browns. She absolutely did mind the keyboard that I had previously, which had blues. Because I would wake her up with it. I wasn't allowed to type before she woke up with that keyboard. But this keyboard, when I bought it, I was allowed to type before she woke up because it didn't wake her up. So I guess that's a good thing. Why didn't that work? Excuse me? Maybe it's because you were replying. I think it didn't work because you were replying. Yeah, because actually, I know for a fact it didn't work because you were replying. And the reason it didn't work because you were replying was because Twitch counts that as, why can't I? It counts that as adding somebody first. Yeah, counts that as adding somebody first. That's interesting. Yeah, learn something about Twitch every day. I didn't realize that. It's just Squug. Squug says things. If you think about it too hard, your brain will hurt. You can't reply to yourself. That's upsetting. We're gonna reply Bungus. It's like Marco Polo with yourself. You can with 2 accounts. True. You're moving your fort and the hauling is taking so long. Have you contemplating hitting DB H and just hiding all of the old stuff and forgetting it's there? Because I've definitely done that. Look at all of that lovely, lovely clothing. Most of it is dyed, too. Also, speaking of lovely, lovely, look at that lovely, lovely lava. Lovely, lovely lava. So before they had this new camera, they were sitting at like 200 people watching because like they just had like these far away shots. Now they have this camera and it's like, oh my god. Just wait until it starts splashing over. Just give it a second. Shiny. Now this is a hot tub stream, chat. This is a hot tub stream. That's the good stuff. Where is it going? Good question. Wherever it wants to go? It gets kind of close to the cameras. Like, it doesn't quite make me nervous, but there are points where it's like, oh, 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 oh my. It's very big. To give you an idea, like, we are here on the contour map. The actual volcano's at the far end of the valley. So it's like erupting up here and splashing down and over these hills. It's like a little, like, fucking rapid river. Can't find my DF tab. There it is. There it is. You want to cook on it? Actually, you know what? Now that's a YouTube video I want to watch. Like, okay, so has anybody here seen Gordon Ramsay's series on cooking in weird places in the world? Where he just goes somewhere, which is literally just an excuse for him to travel. But it's like, Gordon Ramsay makes scrambled eggs in Texas, or Gordon Ramsay makes scrambled eggs in Africa, or Gordon Ramsay makes scrambled eggs in Japan. And it's always like, he uses local ingredients and makes it in a local style, and talks about like how they make scrambled eggs differently around the world. It's a totally bullshit show for him just to travel, right? But like, now I want to see Gordon Ramsay cook scrambled eggs on top of a volcano in Iceland. Although there is something I learned about the other day because YouTube recommended it because I've been staring at these volcano streams for the last month, is Icelandic volcanic bread, where they take like dough and they put it into like a solidified container or into like a thick bag, and then they put it into volcanic sand in active volcanic regions, which is really hot, and leave it overnight and come back and get it the next day and you have bread. I really want to eat that now. It looks like a really dense, like, thick bread. Like, hold on, let's see if I can find a picture. I'll bet you that bread's really expensive, but... yeah, like this stuff. Like, look at this shit. I don't know. I want to know what that tastes like now. Yeah, it's a very dwarfy bread. Exactly. Exactly. Like, we need this shit in Dwarf Fortress, too. I don't know. That shit's awesome. It's like, man, they're just making bread by, like, burying it in volcanic sand. Right? I also want to eat that. It looks like something I'd buy at a coffee shop, too. Except it would probably be, like, $12 a slice. Because you'd have to get it from active volcanic material. But, like, I want to go to Iceland and try volcano bread. It'll probably be very disappointing. Or just taste like regular fucking bread. But it's like, the concept of, like, it's kind of like a Dutch oven almost, you know, when you, like, wait, or I think it's Dutch ovens, where you take, like, hot coals and bury them. Yeah, before we figured out how to make it rise, make it fluffy. Or you mean like most bread was dense before the 1800s, before the French taught us how it was done. You make it fluffy. I don't know. Armor. I want to make like a, and that's why you're single joke, but I feel like that would be in poor taste. Also, I don't know if you're single, so that would also be just a mean joke in general. You like dense bread? I like a dense rye. Like, my local grocery store makes a black rye bread, which is very dense, which is very tasty, and you just need like a thin cracker of it. Single that hurt, bro. I mean, samesies. So, yeah, I don't know. Well, it was more milling the grain into a fine powder and then adding cultures. Yeah, it was like doing better things with flour. I don't know. I'm pretty good at cooking. I'm not much of a bread maker. So, I've just never had the counter space to do it. So I've never been particularly good at it. I've never really had many of the skills related to making bread. So, game saving. You'd go for dense over French style fluffy ones? I'm actually pretty basic with my bread these days because I have to know carb counts for everything. So counting carbs on fancier bread is harder because a lot of fancier breads don't have the carb counts written on them, at least around here. Because like if I go to a nicer bakery and get a fancier bread, it's probably not going to have the carbohydrate counts just like on the packaging. Which, you know, comes with the territory of getting nicer bread, but also just kind of sucks. So, you know, it is what it is. That sounds delicious. Sourdough's so high in carbs, holy fuck. Like Greek food in general. My mom and dad love Greek food, so often when I go to my parents' house, they order Greek food. And don't get me wrong, Greek food's delicious, but it's like I have to give myself like 3 normal meals worth of insulin to be able to eat it. Where it's like, okay, well, a normal meal is like, I don't know, between like 12 units of insulin tops for like the high end for a big meal. And it's like, I get Greek food with them and I'm like, 26 units of insulin. Let's fucking go. Just eating 3 potatoes, a bowl of rice, and a bunch of other shit. Like battered meats and rack of lamb. It's delicious. Don't get me wrong, Armor. Don't get me wrong. I fucking love it, but it's like, it's kind of scary because it's like if I misdo this math, then like suddenly I have a medical emergency. So, I wish it was as easy as just like, well, I will feel like shit and have a big poop later, which is what it used to be. But now it's just like, nope. if I do this math wrong, I have a medical emergency. But, you know, that's just food. That's just food. Although my main concern now is I'm hoping that I can figure out what's wrong with that record player by tomorrow. I'm convinced it's the amplifier, though. I'm convinced it's the amplifier. Now you want a gyro? Armor's getting takeout, chat. What do you guys want? He's taking a list. It's your birthday? Is it actually? Because if so, happy fucking birthday. Did we like just roll into midnight or something for you? June babies unite. It was what, my birthday 5 days ago. I'm 27. Fuck! Yeah. I'm almost 30. Just a few more years. Okay, what is it with everybody in my chat being June babies? Who else here has a birthday in June? You're getting Chinese food? Good shit. Not you? Okay, touche. But yeah, happy late birthday. Why didn't you say something like 25 minutes ago, Freskins? You're in November? Well, I mean, it's getting closer. Long day, touche. Yeah, true. Are you okay? So Freskins, are you doing anything for your birthday? And Crazed, are you doing anything for your birthday today? No takeout for you? No. You can't get takeout? Oh. You're a June baby too? Damn. Lots of June babies. All I can say is like June babies make sense because like winter is fucking cold. Gotta cuddle with someone. You have some calls and that's about it. Yeah. I just streamed all day on my birthday, so technically I worked all day. And then me and my dad hung out the day after. It's like I didn't do much. Another royal treasure? 2 royal treasures in 2 years. Tegism Opfasi. Have I really had 2 royal treasures in 2 years? Oh, okay, no, never mind. Same one as last time. I just didn't remember the name. So no, not 2 different royal treasurers. It's the same royal treasurer. Except for play video games, Bastet. Also, I read that as weed the first 3 times I read it. Not much to do in winter besides weed. I was like, what? There's plenty to do in winter. What are you talking about? You ordered takeout shrimp sandwich on Danish dark burnt bread. It's a full cornbread. Sounds tasty. So you ordered a fancy sandwich. It sounds like a good birthday thing. I don't know. I'm like the most boring goddamn person in the world on my birthday. It's like my birthday, I'm always just like, I just want to do things for other people. Like I never want to do anything for myself on my birthday. I am on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? All the usuals. That's what weed's for, Basta. You went to go eat? Well, welcome back. We're just wishing everybody in the chat happy birthday, apparently. Yeah, I don't know. All I really do on my birthday these days is just, I stream all day and raise money for charity. Last 3 years. Also, fun fact, I've raised $9,872 for charity in my history on that charity platform, which is pretty damn good. What's the one that they actually want? Ammunition. They want ammunition. Weird. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarfs. It's over 9,000, kids. Like 1 or 2 more birthdays, and I will have raised. But between Hot Potato and my birthday, maybe 1 or 2 more years, and we will have raised enough for like half a person's like minimum wage salary for a year. I mean, a large portion of that is the fact that I got that fucking $5,000 donation to charity during the Hot Potato stint last year. I mean, and they didn't get copyright struck off the planet. That's impressive. Also, I think it's funny that you had someone else sing you had someone else sing happy birthday to you, right? But you didn't even tell me that it was your birthday. So I think that's kind of funny. I gotta be honest with you. I think that is kind of funny. You'd lost track of it by now? Fair enough. You didn't even mention it to me. I guess that just proves how informal our friendship is, Freskins, is the fact that you didn't even mention that it was your birthday. I mean, someone's got to. Knowing what breakfast is important. I don't need anybody to remind me that breakfast is a thing. But I'm glad someone was there to remind you what breakfast is. Oh, actually, I did kind of celebrate on my birthday. I went and bought a slice of cake. It was a pretty good slice of cake. It had cream cheese icing. It was tasty. It made my blood sugar go through the fucking ceiling, and I wanted to die. But it was worth it, because it was tasty. It was tasty, for a bit, while I ate it. And then it was over, and then I regretted it, and I won't do it again for a while. My blood sugar did a very, very good SpaceX impression. Shot into fucking orbit. There is going to be a lot of stuff that gets taken to the trade depot this round. What does high blood sugar feel like? It feels like someone is setting your hair on fire, punching you in the side of the head, and also you're extremely high on really bad weed. I know that's like not the best example for anybody who's never been high on really bad weed. But it feels like you just woke up, you get kind of nauseous and feel a little dizzy, and it feels like someone's standing behind you and like putting pressure on the sides of your head, but it's not really a headache. It just kind of feels like there's pressure on the sides of your head. You can't really see, like your vision gets a little shitty, which is dumb for somebody who has shitty vision, but like my vision gets worse, like noticeably worse. I mean, you know the feeling. You don't. It's okay. You don't need to tell me where in the world you are. Yeah, it's kind of like being high on really bad weed while your hair's set on fire. It's like because like your head feels kind of hot, and your ears feel kind of hot, and when my blood sugar goes low, I know immediately because my tongue goes numb. My little sister describes low blood sugar like getting dropped out of an airplane, but you're not falling. Kind of feels like that. It's like that feeling when you're like going downhill on a roller coaster really fast, except it's just kind of constant and it doesn't stop and it slowly gets worse and then you pass out and then you're dead. So, and then you just go into a coma. So, you know, that's kind of what high blood sugar feels like. And also kind of what low blood sugar feels like. It's not pleasant. I wouldn't recommend. Also, if blood sugar goes too high, that's also enough of a medical emergency to kill you. Sounds like when you really cry, you do that? What, like you feel like you have high blood sugar when you cry? Trying to think. I mean, not really like when I last cried, but kinda. I don't know. I mean, I've definitely cried in my life. Like, I'm not gonna be like one of those people who's like, oh, I'm a man, I don't cry. No, I've fucking cried. But it's like, I don't know if I necessarily describe it like crying. Like grown by or was grown at a place that was owned by? Yeah, I mean, not exactly, but it's not too far off. Like if you've cried like fucking profusely for like 30 minutes and then dry your face completely, kind of, but also not really. Because like you're missing a lot of the symptoms. Like the pressure in the face, yeah, but you're kind of you're missing like the back of the scalp pressure and like the like all of the other symptoms. Like there is other symptoms, trust me. Cuz like I know he owns his own strain. Bastet, which is why I ask, because it's like actually grown by him or grown by his company. Probably I would assume grown by his company. Because I know he has a strain, but... Oh, you had high blood pressure? Well, blood pressure is not the same as high blood sugar, but I've had high blood pressure and can confirm it feels similar-ish. But like I said, you're still missing like half of the symptoms. Like high blood pressure is just pressure, right? Or mostly just pressure. But like high blood sugar, there's a lot of other feelings in there. Also, that sucks. LaFonda's 10 years old. You've tried the two things we spoke about. Sure. The things that are definitely legal where you live and certainly not something that could put you in prison or get you in trouble. So, you know. Don't get in trouble and don't do drugs, kids, where they're not legal. Only do legal drugs where you live. So come to Canada and we'll smoke a blunt. Hope you're good. May or may not have done that, yes. May or may not have done that. Hey, everybody may or may not have to live a little. You know what I mean? Like, what's life if you don't live a little bit? Go have some fun. Having fun is healthy. Well, here's the thing, right? You'd end up type 2 diabetic. Type 2 diabetic is super fucking easy mode and can be fixed with some pills and a fucking diet shift. Like type 2 sucks, but it's a completely different thing. Because type 1 diabetes, which is what I have, is I don't produce insulin. Type 2 diabetes is insulin resistance. So you're still producing more or less the normal amount of insulin, which is what you need to not fucking die. I don't produce any. So I have no problems with actually, like, processing insulin. The problem that I have is processing insulin and also producing it, because I don't produce any insulin. That's the actual problem for me. But yes, you should curb your soda intake. Soda's disgusting. They should not call type 2 diabetes diabetes. As a type 1 diabetic, they should not call it diabetes. Because all it does is give me a big old fucking headache. The Scholar Tiny Goliath and Blue Water got married! I can't remember the last time that happened! Fuck yeah! Tiny Goliath got married. I'm so proud of you. I wonder if they're both on my Discord. I can at them and be like, guess what, guys? You're married. No, they're not. Blue Water's not. Hell yeah. Fuck yeah. Round of beers to that shit. But yes, you should take care of yourself. Hopefully. 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 Wonder if my king ever got married. I don't think so. Nope, just has a lover. How's Chico doing? You have any friends? Nope. Yep, I have the king of my fort. We've had the king of my fort for like 40 years now. Yeah, my king is Kade, and our king demands I make ballista arrows all the damn time. Meaning, if you hadn't noticed, we have a small collection of ballista arrows. Small. Just a couple. I'm adorable when I get all excited for my dwarves. I mean, I don't know, nothing interesting ever happens in Longdeath. But yes, cheers. You have a fun time D&Ding. I mean, I'm not sure what's funnier, me being all excited about my dwarves getting married, or Freskins pretending that he's excited that my dwarves got married. like honestly, like I'm not sure what's funnier. That is a lot of green cubes. Bellinair, thank you very much for the raid. Did you go medieval? You have low blood pressure right now? I don't. How does that affect you currently? Or rather, and how does that make you feel? Actually, I genuinely don't know. I've never had low blood pressure. I've had high blood pressure when I was in the when I was in hospital. So how's going medieval treating you after a couple of days? I might have to steal one of your guys' extra keys for that game, because I don't want to pay for it. Ah, God. But thank you very much for the raid. Just steal it. I will do. Yeah, that's kind of what I was waiting for. I was thinking about asking if I could just snag it, and then I was like, you know what? Just wait to see if someone takes it. And if someone takes it, then I'll. If no one takes it, then I'll snag it. Today's been a very eventful day, Bellinair. We killed an Etten, and I made a bunch of statues for the Etten and the dwarf that killed the Etten. We had 2 babies and some dwarves got married, so I'm very, very happy. And to anybody who doesn't know Bellinair, he's a lovely Finnish lad, and he streams interesting games over at twitch.tv/Bellinair. Do you know what your plans are for the next few days, Melanie? Also, I'm like way too excited now about watching E3 on Sui's stream. I'm kind of glad that we changed that plan. Hey, Infinity. Do I still have to clothe my children? I mean, they get clothed automatically when they can walk. Baby dwarves are kept naked for the first year, but once they can walk, they'll just get their own clothes. But there's more than enough clothes just lying around this fortress that's unused that they'll go pick up some stuff. They used to go from babies to kids and have tantrums. Oh yeah, back in the day. There's lots of things that they used to do, but no, they're pretty okay with just being butt-ass naked for the first year. And then they will go and collect clothing and clothe themselves. That's why she's getting her shot. Is it like same situation that you were in, where you had to travel like halfway across Finland to get your shot done? Are you guys playing the new patch for Minecraft tomorrow? I'm assuming you and Evil Trick figured out what to do with that, because, I don't know. I'm sort of paying attention, sort of not. Like 25 minutes on bus each way. That's significantly better than halfway across the country, but yeah, still a long way. You don't have to make kids-size clothes, if that's what you're asking. They just wear grown-up clothes. They just wear dad's big baggy pants, or like mom's dress or something. They're fine. Yeah. You don't have to make separate clothes for kids. Sounds like you're picking things up pretty quickly. Oh, that's good shit. Good shit. Glad things are just going to run smoothly like that. I'm assuming that means that our server will be dead for a few days. Well, because everybody's off playing the new update. Yeah, I mean, of course. Of course they would want to have that sorted out as soon as possible. Hey chat, just open question. Brigador? Brigador, Odd Realm, or War Sim? What do you guys think? Those are kind of the 3 evening games that I'm debating between right now. Has you so hyped for DF Steam version? I mean, DF Steam version will still just be DF, so it's still just the same game. But I'm glad. What is Odd Realm? My Patreon game. It's kind of like Dwarf Fortress. Kind of like Dwarf Fortress. You build a town type thing. Which is probably going to be the one that I play. But I'm just kind of debating in my head right now. I guess we'll do Odd Realm. I guess we'll do Odd Realm. Because it was the Patreon pick. We'll do, I'll probably do all 3 this week, though, in the evenings. For whatever it's worth. I am out of coffee. I'm going to go get some water. Back in 2 seconds. But yeah, Odd Realm is quite nice. I can just show you the Steam page for Odd Realm. I love just the giant ads on the front page of Steam right now, at least for me, from my perspective, saying buy the Valve Index, and I'm like, that's fucking $1,400 before shipping. This is Odd Realm. So it looks like this. It's a little town builder. Very similar in play style to Dwarf Fortress, very different mechanically. But this is Odd Realm. It's the game that people on my Patreon picked me to get back into this month, which I put quite a bit of time into back when it initially released on itch.io in 2018. I can't remember when the original release was, but do you play as humans? I am currently playing an Ancients run, but I have played humans, yes. I don't strictly play as any race. I play both of them. Too action heavy personally? Okay. I mean that game is pretty chill. But I think we're gonna swap games. I think that's what we're gonna do. So let's just kind of run down what happened today. We got 2 new babies, which is excellent. You know, we still have all of our merchants. We did have 2 merchants tantrum, and I booted out 2 of them, which is what it is. Plenty. We got attacked by that Etten, which we easily handed its ass back to it on a platter, and made a brass statue of it. The reason we made it out of brass was because that's the favorite material of the dwarf that killed it, who is Axon. Actually, I never read this. And I like how with the statue that we made of Axon doesn't relate to the fight, because I just told them to make a generic statue of Axon, and it's Axon getting removed from manager. So I guess Axon is very happy that Axon was able to kill the beast after, you know, being booted off of their main job. Yep, there are multiple races to play as. Oh, I was asking if I only played as one human. Yeah, that's the whole shtick of it, is there's multiple races. In fact, there's supposed to be like 6 playable races or something, but there's currently 2 playable races. There's a bunch of other races in the game that you see, but only 2 of them are playable, and they have very different mechanics. So like there's the humans, which play kind of similar to dwarves in Dwarf Fortress, where you have to like make food and shit. And then there's the ancients, who I'm currently playing, who are these weird undead people who summon demons to do their bidding for them and can't breed. So they're very valuable and very brittle, but they can summon demons. So it's pretty cool. Anyway, I think that we are going to go play some Odd Realm. So that's the plan. First, I'm gonna sit down though, because that's like what, 6 hours of Longdeath today, because the record player crapped out on me, which is gonna be fun because I get to figure out what's wrong with that today. I wonder if Kit Fox is looking at going medieval and going, interesting. So I'm not gonna lie, like, I've watched a little bit of Going Medieval, and I'll probably end up playing it. But there are parts of that game where I'm like, I really, really, really don't like the look of this. And then there are parts of that game where I'm like, this looks pretty good. So I don't know. I'm like, but I don't know. There are some things about it where I look at it, I'm like, I don't know. Anyway, let's do this. Let's do the swap over. Another game that's like Dwarf Fortress. I mean, I like the environments. I hate the character art. Like, I don't think I'll ever like it. Doesn't matter if I play it. I think that the actual, like, characters that you play as in that game look ugly as shit. I think the animals look ugly as shit. I think the buildings look lovely. The workshops look lovely. Like, the actual environment looks really nice,